Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Sin Patty. Hello, Kay. Hello, Hedonic Treadmill. Good to see you. This is not your problem, but I'm going to share anyways, because what is this stream except for me, being funnily complaining about stuff? So I think I've told you that I've been working on the 3D printed accessories for firearms where I make them look like science fiction weapons. My old 3D printer was busted and I finally fixed it. Well, it's not fixed. It's still jumping 1 millimeter every now and then, which is so frustrating because I did like a 24-hour print and it probably jumped 5 millimeters. So the thing that I did, it's functional, but it looks like shit. And then also I designed the thing that I did simultaneously too well and too poorly. It looks fantastic, but it's about 5 millimeters too thick on either side. And I did something stupid in reference to the retention block. So effectively, I wasted a week worth of my life. So I wasted a week of my life. Yeah. Like, I feel bad I genuinely feel bad for engineers because for me, this is a hobby. Okay. This is a hobby. The gun design stuff is a hobby. There's nobody paying me. It's not, nobody is going to live or die based off of my design. I can take my time doing it. I can screw stuff up. I feel bad for engineers. I feel bad for engineers who have to do this stuff and their design has to be perfect. Their job security relies on it. And if they screw up, they accidentally kill people. Honestly, like, God bless the engineers of our society. Oh, man. Then taking a look at this. True Zealot says, good morning, chat. I come to you in a time of need. I need a slur akin to weeb, but for socialists who worship Scandinavian countries. I'm gonna let chat handle that. But if you need, hold on, I'll show you the racialslurdatabase.org. Let's do that real quick. rsdb.org. Here you go. Let me present and share it with my group. Oh, what? It can't reload? Why can't it be accessed? Oh, that's baloney. There used to be a website. We actually saw it on stream just a few weeks ago. I'm going to open up a new tab and see if it works. Oh, let me share. It was the racial slur database. It was beautiful. Google. Yeah. Racial slur database. Oh, okay. It's still here. And you said you needed Scandinavians? Here's Icelandics, Scandinavians. So we got Herring Choker, Nordski, Olaf, Scandi, and Viki. That seems kind of weak, but Squarehead. So, I mean, I don't know if you could do anything with that. I would use something with the snow. That's what I would do. Snow larpers. Something like that. Sorry. Getting back to chat. Great news, chat. The hole from whence my wisdom tooth was pulled no longer hurts. No more blood, or so much blood. Okay, cool. Casper Chase says, what's up, Connor? Good to see you. Good to see you as well. True Zealot says, told a buddy about the U.S. gun deaths versus Europe heath deaths, and he lost it talking about per capita and how AC isn't viable in Europe. Went on about it for about a half hour. Dude's from Michigan. Scandaboos. Yeah, that's not bad. Why would AC be unviable in the EU? Snow larpers might be the move. Or Scandaboos. I like Scandaboos. LB says, good morning. Good morning. Azrai says, I asked as an HVAC tech. Interesting. So hold on. we need to take a look at annual European heat deaths. In the European region, heat causes over 175,000 deaths annually, according to UN News and Politico.eu. This figure is a significant portion of the global total, with the European region experiencing the highest number of heat-related deaths. What? Recent studies like the one published in Nature Medicine estimated that over 47,000 deaths in Europe were heat-related in 2023. Oh my God. How many heat-related deaths are in the US, though? Heat-related deaths, US. 2,000. We live in the desert and we kill 2,000 people. You guys kill... Oh my God. Are you serious? 175,000 lives? You guys have a slow rolling genocide of people who don't have air conditioning. That is crazy. That is honestly bananas. Is it 50,000 or is it 175,000? That seems like a large disparity. That's crazy. I'm actually, I'm going to start using that. I'm actually going to start saying that. People are going to be like, well, at least we don't have school shootings. And I'm going to be like, yeah, well, at least we don't die because of not having air conditioning, you fucking nerds. I have no idea. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's pull up Digital Gnosis. If there's something else that you guys want to do today, I'm all ears. Effectively, the biggest debate so far this week is, of course, Mehdi Hassan. That's the biggest debate. That's the biggest drama. Let's go to Digital Gnosis versus Andrew Wilson. We, of course, can hit some of like the old greats, like the finishing up the JBP versus Destiny stuff. But you know, I'm all ears. If there's some hot poppin' drama, that's fine. But I figured, you know, if the post-recorded VODs are reliant upon us picking on predictable characters, then we did a Hassan segment yesterday. We did kind of a Destiny segment yesterday. I can't remember if we've done we did a Nick versus Candace segment on Monday. So that kind of leaves like Vaush and Sitch and Adam. So I figured we'd knock out a Vaush segment today. So Gen X is ew, Andrew Wilson. Well, that won't be till the afternoon. So we can skip that. Hunter Biden on Channel 5. Yeah, we could do Hunter Biden because that would piss me off. That would piss me off for sure. You guys could sweep for Hunter Biden. I could get mad at you for sweeping for Hunter Biden. That's definitely possible. All right, you're saying we need Hunter Biden? Okay, well, if we need Hunter Biden, and if Sem Patty's my strongest soldier, then I will put Hunter Biden before Andrew Wilson, and then I'll put Andrew Wilson on the back burner. That makes sense to me. Excuse me. I just updated the title. I think you'll be surprised. Okay. All right, cool. We'll do Hunter Biden instead. Is it deaths by lack of heat or too much heat? I think it's too much heat. I think it's too much heat. That's what the UN report was saying. True Zealot says, I will not be shamed for my guns by a continent that could simply install AC and save 3 times the number. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Didn't it get up to 104 degrees in the UK a while back? That heat wave killed thousands. Yeah. Yeah, you know how you could solve that? Number one, going outside and drinking water. That's the option for people who don't have air conditioning. Go under a tree and drink water. That's number one way to not die. Number 2 way to not die is buy a window air conditioning unit and put it in your window. That's the other option. You know, you can go to Home Depot. Let me go. I know UK's doesn't have Home Depot, but you know, skill issue. Home Depot window air conditioner. Let's take a look. I'm sure they got some cheap ones too. Although the tariffs are probably hitting, but let's do a window air conditioner. Let's just say that you need one room to be air conditioned. That way you can escape to it inside your house. Okay. So let's just do a 300 square foot air conditioning. You're going to let the rest of the house be 100 degrees, but you're going to keep one room cold so you don't die. Yeah, they have air conditioners for $200. 219, 149, 219, 159, 169, 139, 400. That one's probably fancy. 259, 187. That's hilarious. I mean, not the dead people. The dead people isn't funny. But being able to make fun of Europeans for allowing quadruple the amount of their population to die due to not having air conditioning compared to getting shot with guns. That's actually crazy. I shall conquer the continent in the name of HVAC. Yes, indeed. Sen Patty says, I still can't get over that fat-faced fascist fuck giggling about being well, if it makes you feel any better, he got fired. But then he got a GoFundMe that made him $40,000. So I don't know. Yeah. I think you'll be surprised. We'll do the Hunter Biden thing. I think Hunter Biden might be slightly reduced metrics, but I think what'll happen is you guys will get you guys will sweep, and I'll get pissed off, and then we can fight each other in chat. So that's good. And then you understand, like, here's the thing. I'm of split sympathies, because on one hand, whenever you guys go, oh no, not this guy, oh, you understand that's normally fire content, right? Like you guys take, psychic damage, I take psychic damage, and we all yell at each other. Babies and the elderly, Connor, they can't just get water, and hypothermia is no joke. Yeah, I don't think it's hypothermia. That would be, or hyperthermia. You're specific. Okay, yeah, sure. Babies can't do that. Obviously, don't leave your babies in the heat. Walk your babies out to the shade. Old people, yeah, they can't do that because they're old and not all of them are thinking right. But you know what could solve that? $200 air conditioning units. Yeah, box fan. True, that's what Californians say. Yeah, you guys are crazy. I don't think their energy grid can handle that kind of use. Skill issue. You'll get brownouts. I think you probably have to see where the regions are affected. Skill issue. Build better infrastructure, bitch. You're going to complain to us about how us having privately owned firearms kills 30,000 people per year, 2/3 or like half of whom, or 40,000 deaths per year, half of whom are suicides. You're going to bitch to us about fucking guns. Meanwhile, you're killing 200,000 people per year because you don't have air conditioning units. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Andy B says, dude, Hunter Biden talking about crack was like me passionately explaining 40K to my wife. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. If your baby can't pour itself a glass of water and sit under a tree by itself, then you raised a coward. Yeah, I mean, like, not my baby, because my baby can't figure that shit out. I know you're memeing, but my 8-year-old, he's like, Daddy, can I have a snack? And I'm like, yeah, you can go get a fucking snack. For sure. You can get up. You're 7 years old. You can stand up and walk to the kitchen cabinet and walk to the pantry and grab yourself some food. Absolutely. Go get yourself a snack. And he's like, oh. He's like a teenager. He's like, oh. Mommy normally gets it for me. And I'm like, yeah, mommy's not home. Go get yourself a snack. You bum. Conservatism says, you $200 for an AC. You can buy half of a gun for that. Starting out strong. Chat's in a mood today. Oh, you guys are sharp today. I got to be on my toes. Thimecat says, much love from Little Texas, Alberta, Canada, from me and the wife. Oh, hi. Hi, Thimecat. Andrew Giaconopoulos says, hey, I'm late to the party, but quick note on the Destiny Soy debate. Kyla came off as a raging woke scold. She doesn't have the charisma, wit, or confidence to do the performative outrage. Here's my thing. I don't even think that I had that great of optics on that one because, obviously, like the DGG optics are like, oh, dead kids, lol, oh, sex jokes, lol. And so, effectively just being as repulsive as possible because, only normies don't get it, only normies don't get it. So the point though is, regardless of the optics, even if DGG is complaining that Counterpoints and Kyla are being woke scolds about edgy jokes, The truth is that we're just correct. And so while I think that a substantive amount of the chat can disagree and say like, oh wow, thank you, baby. Baby, were there sausage packets or hot sauce? Can you just give me the hot sauce bottle, pretty please? My wife brought me a breakfast sandwich. It's very nice. Anyways, so even if the optics are bad and even if we're just complaining, we're correct. Okay, we're just correct. And so I expect a smarter chat to be like, okay, I personally disagree. I want to, meme and have fun and all that kind of stuff. But I understand that this might turn off moderates. There's not much advantage, and Destiny could be affected politically, but he's actively choosing not to because it's funny. Like we're just right. Buffalo or Sriracha? Neither. Texas Pete. Texas Pete is Tabasco is a little watery. I like Tabasco. Sriracha is a little creamy, and that's okay sometimes, but it's not my favorite. And then I think Texas Pete hot sauce is the perfect balance between the two, where it's creamy enough to have enough flavor inside of it that it does the job, but it's not so creamy that it might as well be like a ketchup sauce. You know what I'm saying? Watery enough to spread, savory enough to have flavor. I think Texas Pete is the perfect balance of hot sauce. Also, when it's in a packet, it looks almost like orange, bright orange, and it's kind of crazy. It looks like neon, like you're drinking some kind of exotic poison, which is cool. AKA, thank you, Philip. I'll read that momentarily. AKA Badasui says there's a reason why mainstream media entertainment is less edgy. Sure. LB says let's start out correct. Y'all hit the like button. True. Sin Patty says Sriracha is my favorite condiment. It's pretty good. Grassroots says Texas Pete is awesome. Yeah, it's solid. It's solid. Chick-fil-A turned me on to Texas Pete. Hearshot says Destiny is so over and it's great. Listen, everybody keeps saying like, oh, Destiny's falling off. He's not that relevant. He's clearly desperate, et cetera, et cetera. And then you check his live chat metrics and it's like 15,000, 10,000, 15,000. That's bigger than when he was big. You know what I'm saying? So the perception is because he has a current drama and because he's pissing a lot of people off, he's quote unquote fallen off, but his metrics are bigger than ever. Philip Coffee with the 20. Thank you, King. Starting out the day strong. Good morning, Connor. Haven't been able to watch live lately, but I've enjoyed the psychic damage and sparks between you and chat on the VODs. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Philip. Thank you for the encouragement. Thank you for the donation. Honestly, thank you. Andy B says, let's be honest, Destiny is nuclear waste politically now. Any dim political figure with more than 50 IQ won't touch him. Well, that's the argument, is that Steven either needs to remain permanently toxic for the entertainment value, or he needs to clean up his shit. And personally, I would like it if he cleaned up his act, because not only do I think that he could talk to mainstream politicians, put them on a big platform, debate them, push them on certain talking points, et cetera, but with the canvassing operations, he was the most active and effective person during the 2024 election when it came to volunteer ops. Hassan didn't even try. Vaush did one event backing an unpopular candidate, and I think he got 200 people. And then Destiny did 2 events, maybe 3 events, and he got 300 people. For the 2 events that I went to, he got 300 people both times, and they knocked on around 10,000 doors. That's pretty awesome. Vlad says, while you are correct, normally speaking, your president is a felon, civilly a rapist, and mentally deficient, and has 50% of your country dick sucking. Not saying do the same, saying it's not working. Okay, but Vlad, what I'm saying is that I see that, and plenty of normies see that, and they think it's horrible, and so they want a better alternative. If you make us choose between the psychopathic alligator Alcatraz, civilly found rapist, 34 felony, fraudulent, con man piece of shit, and then we look over to the left, and they're like, lol, cops got shot the other day. Like Vaush, that's what he says. He's like, lol, cops shot each other, terrorism is good. Let's talk about sex jokes about 12-year-olds. Actually, transing your kids is based. We're going to sell them under-the-counter estrogen like Keffels. Like, if you look at the left, and they're totally psychotic too, well, then you're just picking between 2 psychos. So you're going to pick whoever has the policy that most aligns with your view, and then we're all just warring tribes picking policy that advantages our tribal group, which is effectively what we have right now. Whereas if you actually have a sane, moderate, good policy, good rhetoric group, then not only will you get whatever side you have of the binary, you'll also attract the moderates, and moderates decide elections. The reason why the moderates broke for Trump is because they were ambivalent about Biden, and the economy was very anemic. So, you know, say what you want about them being stupid because they thought the economy sucked so bad that they voted in a dumbass, or didn't vote in a dumbass, but their apathy got a dumbass in office. But that's the game. Razzle says, I like Melinda habanero sauce. That's my jam. Had hot but not too hot, and a good between watery and creamy. Good. I'm gonna keep reading for another minute, and then we're gonna start the content. I'll probably mute myself so I can eat my breakfast sandwich. I didn't buy this. My wife bought it for me. She's taking care of me today. Destiny will still have 1 million subs. Yeah, which is a huge achievement. It's a huge achievement. John Kennedy says, you know, some women hate hearing the word moist. I hate the way you say creamy. Okay, well, you just got me to say it again, so that's on you. Sen Patty says Destiny 2 really took a nosedive after, but it could come back if Bungie cares enough. True. I forget what TFS is. Destiny is also a fantasy shooter game in a fallen Earth, and Destiny 2 for me fell off. It was whatever the time guy, the Vex with the Osiris. Osiris is written in the lore as this total badass. He's like this badass warlock. He's a rebel against the system. He's doing his own thing. And then you do a campaign where you talk to him twice, and then he looks like and talks like Santa Claus. He's like a nice Santa Claus. And I was like, why the fuck did I read all this lore about how Osiris was this like grumpy badass rebel, and then I meet him and he's like friendly Santa Claus? That's cringe. And the campaign sucked, so I stopped playing. Unork says Destiny was also right in that convo. Y'all were talking about different goals. What is his goal? To be fucking cringe for attention? Is that his goal? Well, he got the attention, so there you go. It's not hot and spicy, but have you tried the good basil pesto? No, I haven't. Although I do like basil pesto. Sorry. I'm sorry for lying. Yes, I've done basil pesto. Yes, basil pesto is very good. I love pesto on there's a pizza that has pesto as the base, and it has pesto, mozzarella cheese, banana peppers, pineapples, pesto chicken, bacon, and pineapple. And so it's just a twist on the Hawaiian pizza, and it's very good. Stephen Ed's hot sauce, nice. Destiny was replaced with Hans Elmo. Are you talking about racist Elmo? Vlad with the 100 Ron. Not sure what that is, but I appreciate it. Thank you for your donation. Seriously. Unork says Libs not touching Destiny stuff is on Libs, not Destiny. Bullshit. Bullshit, Unork. Fucking DGG Cope in here, okay? Listen, I'm going to hang out with the man, all right? I as long as he doesn't hate my guts, I'm going to view him as like a peer-aged brother who's a little bit eccentric and wild sometimes. And when people are like, oh, Destiny did this fucked up thing, I'll be like, oh, well, that's Destiny. You know, that's going to be my attitude. But saying like, oh, you know, oh, it's liberals' fault for not wanting to deal with Destiny. No, you and I have internet brain, okay? On the internet, creators are rapists and pedophiles and try to have sex with teenagers, and they sex traffic people. But in normie land, none of that shit is normal. None of that shit is normal. And so when you leak the sex tapes, or allegedly, right? Allegedly, people are going to look at you crazy for it. And then when you say crazy shit about kids, people are going to look at you weird for it, and they're not going to want to hang out with you. It just is what it is, man. What, like, so no, you can still achieve the same goals and be more normal. If he doesn't want to be normal, that's totally fine, but he's going to limit his goals. Abba said the same thing. Melina said the same thing. I'm saying the same thing. Kyla's saying the same thing. Who else said the same thing? And then the evidence of all the orbiters backing away after the drama is evidence of it. Pisco probably said the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So no, at some point when 12 people, 15 people are all saying the same thing, then no, you're wrong. Okay? Oh, I thought Trump banned dick suckers in sports. Jesus. My psycho is better than your psycho. Unironically, that's what politics becomes. York says having normal libs have Destiny on their shows and saying, lol, that's fucked up to his jokes, but woke scolding him will gain many votes. Show libs aren't triggered anymore. I don't agree. I don't agree. We can meet in the middle. Destiny can joke about dead kids, but he can't talk about them, you know, doing sex stuff. How about that? How about that as a compromise? Joke about dead kids as much as you want. Don't talk about weird sex shit. Philip Coffey says, Connor, I get where Destiny is coming from with the anger over the right gets away with it sometimes, but he seems obtuse to get the basic idea of too soon. No, he gets it. He gets it. He understands. I think Steven understands everything that's being said. You guys are being obtuse. LB says 80 million normies voted for a known human trash, yet we're supposed to give them the wheel again, Connor. Nah. Okay, well then enjoy losing. Okay? Enjoy losing. Listen, guys, this is your team. Okay, you need to understand this. I come from a different team. I'm on a different team. Saving money on taxes, brown people not getting into the country, black people, gay people, trans people being treated like shit. It doesn't affect me. You know how Steven and Dan, whenever a Republican wins and they get a tax break, they're like, well, doesn't affect me. I don't give a shit. I'm just advocating for the best policy possible. That's the same thing with me. You think cops stop me randomly and harass me because of my skin color? No. Do you think anybody bugs me about my sexuality? No. Do you think anybody fucking is trying to deport me? No. I'm a white, straight, like Christian passing person. I go to church sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not being affected by any of these policies. I'm doing this because I want what's good for the country. So if you guys keep being dumb as fuck, and you want to say, no, we can be as edgy and disgusting and repulsive and fucked up as we want because the other side is being edgy and disgusting and repulsive, I see you as two fucking toddlers of the same coin. Enjoy getting your fucking ass kicked electorally. What can I say? I've been screaming from the fucking rooftops for a fucking decade about how the left was going too far and it was going to get its shit kicked in. And then guess what? You're getting your shit kicked in. Amazing. This is not shocking to any normal, sane person, and you guys have digital schizophrenia. All right? And I'm not the one getting fucked over. I'm not going to Alligator Alcatraz. I'm Irish. I'm like top 3 on the list of people not getting deported. You guys are getting, all of you fucks are getting deported way earlier than me. The fascists are going to kill you guys way faster than they're going to kill me. Noonan says you're conflating Twitter influencers on the Democratic side with politicians on the right. No, I'm not. Vaush saying crazy things is different than MTG talking about weather control. No, I'm not. I'm right. You're wrong. Deal with it. Matter of fact, in a second, we're just going to move on because you guys are just trying to piss me off. The amount of time spent critiquing Destiny's comments show we're all still playing within MAGA's framework. There's no sense of scale left. No, I understand the scale perfectly. I'm talking about political efficacy. You guys act like I don't understand your arguments. I understand your arguments perfectly. You're just fucking wrong. Okay? Destiny's behavior matters. Okay? During the 2024 election, Steven said some other edgy bullshit. I have no idea what it was. But PV was taking heat for Destiny. Then Vaush had his fucking pedo drama, and they took fucking heat for him being a fucking cartoon pedo. Yeah, Vaush shouldn't be jerking off the fucking kids' cartoons. Does that somehow no, you don't get it, Connor. Fucking Vaush needs his fucking pedo cartoons in order to be politically effective. You don't get it. What? And then no, you don't get it, Connor. Steven needs his fucking sex jokes about dead kids in order to be politically effective. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Shut the fuck up. You guys are stupid. You're stupid. You're coping. You're coping like a motherfucker. You're coping and seething in my chat. Andy B says Destiny lore is insanely good, but like Dark Souls, it can only be consumed in 3-hour YouTube videos. True. 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 All right. Anyways, you guys are pissing me off, and I'm getting hungrier. Michael M says, I use Frank's Red Hot. I put that shit on everything based. You have to have a really high IQ to understand Destiny properly. True. Saping Green says Connor will be Destiny's friend until he does his mom. Yeah, probably. Yep. Sen Patty says, well, to be fair, Connor, our president, also worked in trafficking young women, and that's bad, right? You understand how that's bad? You understand how you could say, like, based off of your line of argumentation, Andrew Tate could be a sex trafficker on the right. Stephen could be a sex trafficker on the left. I know he's not. I'm just using this for the sake of analogy. But Stephen could be just as bad. And then you guys are saying, like, but you don't understand. The left has better policy. Therefore, I'm going to go with my sex trafficker. How about just don't sell out your principles? How about just don't sell out your values? How about just draw some lines around decent, basic human behavior? How about that shit? God, you guys are just fucking, you just woke up and chose violence today. Matthew Mendoza, me and my Nazi friends all totally agree with you. Destiny has gone way too far. You guys are fucking stupid as shit. You're just trying to piss me off. You're just trying to piss me off. Yeah, look at this. Pisco is now BFFs with that tanky bitch that shared all of Pixie's private messages with President Sunday. So, and by the way, I don't hate Erin. I want to talk to Erin about her fucking commie bullshit. But, like, yeah, Pisco a year ago was like a mildly progressive normie Democrat. And now because he fell out of Stephen's orbit, I know this is a little bit like I'm not giving Pisco enough agency, but I don't give a shit. It's funny. Now that Pisco's out of the Destiny orbit, he fell into the orbit with fucking Econo Boy and Lycan and Aaron, and now he's a fucking closet socialist. Yeah, that's bad. Bad. It's not about not being triggered. It's about not ostracizing yourself. Normies don't like blue hair screaming into the ether, and they don't like people glossing over kids' sex jokes either. Yeah, dead kid sex jokes. It's like it's a double whammy of fucked up taboos. John Kennedy says, you ever think Destiny's burn it all down and is him subconsciously pushing back against accusations of being secretly conservative? Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. I think not necessarily pushing back against being conservative, but I think he doesn't want to be told what to do, right? He doesn't want to be told that there's limits to his behavior. He'll pay consequences, et cetera, et cetera. He doesn't like having a mom and a dad that tell him what to do. He doesn't like having an aunt and an uncle. And he resents people trying to police his behavior. So what he does is he does very extreme behaviors because he knows that the only people who will be left are people who are not going to police him. So, but I'm not a fucking idiot. So, you know, he can be as self-destructive as he wants to be. And I'll say, hey, I'm still your friend, but you're being a fucking idiot. Philip Coffey says, I should have clarified. I agree he gets all of it. I think he chooses to be obtuse when he gets defensive. Sure. Vlad says, I condemned his action. What irks me is most of the orbiters acting so surprised that the Gooner open relationships, drugs, and sex-based degenerate doing degenerate stuff is fucking surprising. It's not surprising, Vlad, but he's paying consequences for it. All of the Gooner degenerate shit in 2022, you can go back and watch the streams at the time. Melina and Abba and Brittany to Stephen's face said, you're fucking up. You're going to fuck your shit up. And now what's happening 2 years later? It took 2 years for it all to come to light, but it all fucking exploded. And now he's paying real consequences for it. And then it's the same thing with this shit. We're like, are these jokes really going to like affect Stephen in the long term? Probably not. He's still going to be a multimillionaire streamer, political commentator. He'll still have his little hug box. But what we're saying is, or what I'm saying, and what I think Kyla is saying, is that effectively he's doing the Fortress arc through a different means. He's becoming so rhetorically toxic that other people aren't going to want to associate with him. And so as a result, he'll be in the toxic Fortress arc. He's building his own fortress by being an asshole, and then he's taking toxic waste and he's dumping it into the moat. That's what he's doing. eDreamcast says, Connor, which politicians would you want to vote for president today? Me. Grassroots for $20 says Connor goes to sleep, goes to sheep Alcatraz. All right, well, at least I got, cuddle buddies. Razzle Smasher, Connor, are you a Black Sabbath fan? Nope. Any thoughts on Ozzy passing yesterday? Good. It's such a bummer for metal fans. Well, sorry to hear about it. Sorry your fucking Satanist, bat-eating, fucking dickhead, drug addict, fucking rock star died. Lol. Sucks to suck. Ooh, it's just banter, guys. I'm just being edgy. You know the way that Destiny joked about, dead kids, but there was an undercurrent of malice because they were conservative kids in Texas? You know, I'm just joking. You know, fuck Ozzy Osbourne. I hope he's burning in hell. Lol, I'm just kidding, though. It's just a joke, guys. Jack Darko says Connor is still malding about getting blown the fuck out on the Men in Black take, and it shows. Jack Darko, 90% of DGG fucking agrees with me. Literally 90% of them. I got like endless DMs that was like, thank you for talking to Steven about this because he's so obviously wrong. That's the opposite of a DGG dog pile. I got DGG love bombed for my Men in Black take. Oh, thank God for caffeine. I think focusing on kids' sex things is a bit disingenuous. No, it's not. No, it's not. You fucking don't lie to me. Don't cope in my fucking chat. Don't quote in my fucking chat. Let's find it. Ooh. Hello. Oh, I need to share my screen for you to know what I'm excited about. It's not boobs. This is my version of boobs. Is a guy in power armor with a chain gun. That's my version of boobs. So let's go ahead and find the omni-liberal NordVPN. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. As I've said before, the NordVPN part is funny. Okay? The NordVPN part is the funniest part of the joke. Kids sex shit. Looking for the original thread. I heard God killed those kids. Okay, so you're making a fedora joke. This is a fedora anti-theist joke. Cringe, but okay. Because they were using NordVPN, involving a company that's not involved in your joke that's fucked up, that's going to piss everyone off. That's actually funny. I think this 30, out of the 30, if there's the joke at 100%, 33% of the joke is hysterical. Involving a company that's not involved in your fucked up joke, that's funny. This is cringe anti-theism to get around the Texas porn ban. He's talking about kids jerking off. Dead kids jerking off. Don't fucking gaslight me. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Shut the fuck up, okay? No 40-year-old man should be talking about kids jerking off. Shut the fuck up. Stop doing it. It's cringe. It makes you toxic. Shut the fuck up. JL says for $10. Thank you for the donations, guys. You guys are starting out strong. Hey, crazy Jubilee guy got fired. I agree shaming people out there over cringe politics. I do feel great about someone losing livelihood for politics. Maybe I'm naive to that guy's danger. Yeah, but then he got a $40,000 GoFundMe. So not really hitting the way that it used to, huh? Yeah. Yeah. He's getting pumped full of cash by Femboy Fuentes? What? Oh, you mean the guy who got fired. Okay. I thought you were saying Steven was getting pumped full of cash by Femboy Fuentes. That was a crazy sentence. Oh, man. You guys are crazy. All right. You guys are fucking pissing me off, but we'll move on momentarily. Truezalt says, God, I love this chat. Feels like the only place where I can actually be the centrist I claim to be, watching both extremes going nuts in the comments. Never change chat. It's good for my self-identity. Yeah, well. All right. So you guys want the Matthew Mendoza wants the Biden interview. We'll do it. We'll warm up with Vaush. We'll go to Biden. All right. Possum Nation says, no, I think Steven has just merged in MAGA debaters being the entire conservative base who operate in a different factless reality. For example, JBP and the Brett Weinstein vaccine bullshit. Sure. Right wing bad. Got it. The right wing's bad. Okay, I can't read all of these because chat's popping off, but okay. Put on the Mjolnir. True. Michael M says, Connor, Ozzy being sent to hell might be a compliment. Politics is downstream from debates about Men in Black. True. Noonan, it's making fun of Texas policy. It's not like he knew the ages of the dead kids when he wrote the tweet. Yes, he did. What the fuck are you talking about, Noonan Star? And where's the point about that? You're making shit up. Dude, I'm going to blow you the fuck out right now. I'm gonna blow you the fuck out right now. That's bullshit. Bullshit. You're just fucking making up a steel man out of nothing. I heard God killed those kids. Where's the Texas policy? Because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny. Where's the Texas policy to get around the Texas porn ban? Where's the Texas policy? Get the fuck out of here. You're taking like 10 billion levels of context not related to the joke, and you're like, oh no, actually it's this 10,000 IQ analysis. Get the fuck out of here. Not even Steven thinks that shit. You're creating a defense for the joke that doesn't even exist within the mind of the joke's creator. That's fucking crazy. All right. Anyways, I'm moving on. Matthew Mendoza says, stop getting triggered by chat. I hope most of these people are joking. They're not. They just like pissing me off. Oh, the Texas porn ban. That's the policy he's joking about. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. You guys are crazy. All right. Anyways, let's do an intro. Let me eat my breakfast, Sammy. You guys are crazy. Lol, why do me dirty with the high voice though? Because it's funny. It's funny. I hit AKA Batasui super hard the other day, so don't feel too bad. I attacked I have not attacked Senpati. I attacked Tagarung. I attacked AKA Batasui, and there was somebody else who got fucking wrapped up in the crossfire, and I was just attacking my most loyal soldiers because they were pissing me off. I forget who it was. All right. Let's do an intro. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, a Never Trump Republican, and I like talking about alternative media and online politics. Today, I have a left-wing libertarian socialist content creator named Vaush, who is a popular, commentator talking about AOC and the Iron Dome. There's another topic that we'll get to momentarily. I'm going to criticize him. Let's go.
The mainstream media isn't talking about it very much, but I'm afraid people online are. People are mad at AOC. Very, very mad at AOC. Congress is rubber stamping another, $500 million to go towards Iron Dome spending over there in Israel to further shield the country from the consequences of their warring behavior. Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced an amendment that would have cut that funding from the broader bill here. Marjorie Taylor Greene blasted her Republican and Democratic colleagues early Friday after all 6 of her amendments to the House's Defense Appropriations Bill failed. Allocates about $832 billion in funding for DoD programs. Greene's amendment to cut funding for the Israeli Cooperative Program, an agreement through which the U.S. provides Israel $500 million for programs for missile defense, was spiked in a 6-422 vote. The people who voted in favor of Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendments: Thomas Massie, expected, libertarian. Al Green, we like him. Summer Lee, we like her. Ilhan Omar, we like her. Rashida Tlaib, we like her. That's great. And of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's the 6. Where's AOC? AWOL. She actually posted on Twitter to defend herself from the wave of hate she got for not voting for this. Deserved hate, in my opinion. Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does nothing to cut off offensive aid to Israel nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. Of course, I voted against it. What it actually does is cut off defensive Iron Dome capacities while allowing the actual bombs killing Palestinians to continue. I have long stated that I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end. That is a simple and clear difference of opinion that has long been established. I remain focused on cutting the flow of U.S. munitions that are being used to perpetuate the genocide in Gaza. If only the vote was 421-7? Yes. If only very popular politicians who have a huge outreach were willing to plant their feet down and take definitive stands on these issues. Yes, I agree. She's been like this for a while. Yeah, she voted present on, we saw that on stream. We saw it live. She voted.
I want to let Vaush make his point, so I don't want to jump down his throat too early. However, Stephen had this point, and I actually thought it was pretty good, which is effectively like, let's say that we passed this. Let's say that we passed this, and instead of let's say we cut off all aid, but specifically we cut off Iron Dome aid, and the Iron Dome gets overwhelmed and bombed. That's going to give Israel even more license, because that's the only way that Palestinians can lash out against Israel. That's the only way that Hezbollah can lash out against Israel, is through the missiles. And so if the missiles land in Israel and they're ineffective, then Israel can kind of treat the incoming missiles like the weather. They can be like, what are you going to do? They're pissed off. They're sending in missiles, right? However, if ballistic missiles start hitting, or like homemade rockets start hitting like Israeli daycares and random civilian buses filled with people and grandma and all that bullshit, you think Israel isn't going to use that as a pretext to start murdering the shit out of people? I know that the lefty argument is going to be like, oh, they're already murdering the shit out of people, but there will be infinitely more sympathy for Israel if you eliminate the defensive missile system and, Israeli civilians just start getting pasted by incoming Hamas and Hezbollah rockets. 100%. So, yeah, I actually think this is a pretty stupid hill to die on, but, whatever.
Voted present on Iron Dome funding. She originally voted no. Then Pelosi had a talking to with her. She came out crying and voted present rather than no. And then later in an interview, she said she regretted that vote, but wished she had voted yes rather than present. Because the line that she's taken or has been willing to place her feet down on is that she will always support fewer civilian casualties. So she's okay with Iron Dome support to Israel, which is ridiculous, of course, because the continued support to Israel's Iron Dome gives them credence to continue doing what they're doing. The fact that Israel faces no consequences whatsoever for their constant warring in the region, their escalation, their attacks, is part of the problem, Like, you don't.
Yeah, if only they suffered more October 7th, 2023s, then Israel would probably calm down, right? Is that your line of argumentation, Vaush? Because that sounds pretty counterintuitive and stupid. So the fact, did Israel not fight in 67 because they were getting attacked and they were suffering consequences? Did they not suffer consequences in 1973 when they were getting attacked? Did they not suffer consequences on October 7, 2023? And what happened immediately after they were attacked? Did they calm down and go, you know what? We're probably getting attacked as a result of our own behavior. We really need to look at our policy and see if we can moderate. That way we stop getting attacked. Is that what Israel did? Or did they escalate to the 10,000th degree because they believed they were in an existential conflict, and then they just started beating the shit out of their neighbors like a gorilla versus 100 men? If we look at history, Vaush, which one happened?
Don't give a bulletproof vest to a school shooter before sending him out because you don't want him to get hurt,
To a school shooter. Give it. That's amazing. Wow. So what's actually being said is we don't want Israel to suffer endless civilian casualties from incoming rockets because the United States didn't provide aid, because dead Israeli civilians will lead to more Israeli military excursions and more destabilization and more violence and more death. And Vaush has simplified this to don't give a school shooter of a bulletproof vest. So hold on. So in Vaush's analogy, let's just run with it for the sake of argumentation. Was 1,400 dead Israelis or 1,200 dead Israelis on October 7, 2023, was that just bullying, right? Was that just the Palestinians bullying the school shooter? Was the rape and the murder and the executions and the beheadings, was that just some lighthearted bullying that the school shooter should not have taken to heart so hard? This is why these fucking analogies, this is why lefty 80 IQ analysis is fucking stupid as shit. This is actually some dog shit, some dog water analysis. And this is why you don't want to be in a hug box. Okay? This is terrible. Terrible analysis, Vaush. Terrible.
You don't give conditional aid to Nazi Germany, but only air defense You're only giving them flak cannons so that, listen, okay, you don't support what they're doing, invading the Soviet Union, invading France, invading the United Kingdom, but you don't want German civilians to get hurt, so you'll give them some flak cannons so the bombers can't reach Dresden. I don't buy this. She's always been like this. Yeah, but like more so than ever, attention is being paid to these critical issues. And I have no idea how you can expect her to lead the left when she's willing to place her like you're giving you're signing off on Iron Dome funding to a genocidal ethno-state. It's a pretty bad. The majority of Democrats already dislike Israel. For people who like AOC, those
I'm sorry, I'm eating my breakfast Sammy. Sorry, I'm pulling up a poll. Excuse me. Okay, the shift. Just 12% of Dem voters sympathize more with Israelis than Palestinians. Okay, let's see how they phrase this. This week, Quinnipiac released a poll surveying U.S. opinion in a number of issues. One of those issues was the Middle East. U.S. voters were asked whether their sympathies lie with Palestinians or Israelis. 37% said the Israelis, 32% said the Palestinians, and 31% did not offer an opinion. Excuse me, you do not have a 60... The way that this is written, you would assume from the title, but I'm not Hassan Piker, I'm not a fucking idiot, so I read more than the title. You would assume, based off of the title, that they surveyed 100 Democrats, and 88 of them said they didn't like the state of Israel. That's how you would read this title. But if you actually read the sentences in the first paragraph, 37% said they sympathize more with the Israelis. 32% said they sympathize more with the Palestinians, and 31% said they didn't offer an opinion. These people don't give a shit, which means that it's effectively a 50-50 split in the Democratic Party for the people who do care about whether or not they sympathize with Israel. Vaush just read the headline. He didn't read this because, once again, leftists are fucking lazy. I'm sorry for cussing so much today, but it's very, very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Numbers are probably even more severe. For people who really like AOC, it's probably like 95% of them think that Israel's behavior is unjustifiable. I have no idea why she's like this. Didn't Bernie also always vote like this? Yeah, I wonder how much of it is like Bernie being a bad influence on each other, or them having bad political instincts when it comes to opposing the Democratic Party from within the left, Because the feeling that I get, and I had this feeling especially with the that disastrous Instagram live where she argued that Biden shouldn't drop out, where she was acting as though she had insider info, but she didn't, because at the time Pelosi and other insiders were working to oust Biden. Stuff like that makes me think that she doesn't really know how to politically maneuver within the Democrats. She's been given the understanding, she's been given the impression that if she waits her turn and plays the game, she can make compromises to buy power and favors, and then use that power and those favors in the pursuit of something like meaningful and transformative.
I think she's probably pursuing that agenda fairly aggressively, and I think it's entirely possible. You have to understand the optics of AOC have totally changed in the past 5 to 10 years, where because she's making these, instead of just popping off on Twitter like she used to, this is a pretty like calm, considered perspective. And so these sanitized corporate politispeak or whatever, obviously a lot of people don't like it because it's viewed as inauthentic, but she needed some political tempering. I think that AOC will be relevant in Democratic politics because as long as she doesn't lose her seat, she has the kind of name recognition that will let her be a power broker. So she can be the leader of the Progressive Caucus. I don't even know if I'm using the word caucus right, but she can be a power broker in the Progressive Caucus where she could probably get whoever Bernie's successor is, the squad, even though it's not as powerful as it used to be. She can get Maxwell Frost. She can get Ro Khanna, she can get all those people. She can probably do a joint statement with those people because of her political clout and influence and say, hey, this block of 5 to 10 people, this is the agenda we want. This is what we want to execute. This is what we think is fair. This is how we're negotiating with the rest of the Democratic caucus and a few Republican defectors. And I think that she has the clout and influence to do that. So I don't think that's a bad thing at all. It's actually Vaush's, for me, this is crabs in a bucket mentality. This is lefties being too far left and not understanding electoralism for the 5,000th time. Checking in with chat because I parasocially love you. Grassroots 10 says, as your local Zion Lion, I'm about to have a stroke. Yeah, comparing them to a school shooter in Nazi Germany is fucking crazy. But, you know, what can I say? I'll deal with an LB chat so I can demonstrate why momentarily. Bakar Buriti says, ignore all the Destiny criticism, lol. The views don't lie. They love you screaming at him. True. LB says, whoa, so what is tit for tat, Connor? Stolen land, 60,000 dead, 17K children, open air prison, second-class citizens versus 12,000 dead civilians or 1,200 dead civilians. Is that self-defense? I don't know, LB. This is once again where like lefties have dog shit analysis. If the Palestinians had killed 60,000 Israelis, would that make you feel better? Right? So if Israelis were more scared and in more materially deprived conditions, would that make it morally better? Right? Because let's address this one at a time. With the 60K dead, that's over a war of 3 years. Nazi Germany exterminated 6 million people over 3 or 4 years. So the numbers are way off on the dead. 17,000 children. The civilian to combatant ratio, because 20,000 of those people are allegedly combatants. So 20,000 dead combatants. That ratio is super low for modern conflict in urban areas. Open air prison. I see propaganda all the time showing pictures of Gaza before the invasion and how beautiful it was. So was it an open air prison or was it a beautiful Mediterranean Riviera, you know, before invasion? Seems like we have some conflicting propaganda on this one. Second-class citizens, I'll just agree to, versus 1,200 dead civilians. I already made my point. So yeah. What I want Israel to do is rebuild Gaza and turn it back over to the Gazans and do it in a way that's intelligent, where you have combat engineers, clear all the munitions, knock down the buildings, rebuild the water infrastructure, rebuild the electric infrastructure, and then move people in who have been screened and vetted into neighborhoods as they are built. And then I would like it to be intentionally built in such a way that there's economic zones, there's commercial zones, and there's residential zones. And then effectively give Gazans like a high standard of living so they stop being terrorist pieces of shit, and then give them firm borders. That's what I would want Israel to do. But without an international peacekeeping force coming in order to enforce that vision, I don't think it's going to happen. What kind of breakfast Sammy, Connor? Somebody asks. It was a sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin. My wife had a early morning doctor's appointment with one of the boys, and so she got me a sausage, egg, and cheese, and it was fucking delicious.
Unfortunately, it seems like that's not happening. It seems like she's making concessions for nothing. She's not in the inside. She never will be on the inside, because the inside is like a freak demon cult of ghouls who exists to keep the Democratic Party ineffectual and corpo driven. Right? I don't know. It seems like she doesn't know what she's doing, because she's not getting anything. For what it's worth, it looks like the MTG amendment would have simply deallocated the money from the Iron Dome and allowed Israel to use it for whatever. Strike $500 million in funding for Israeli cooperative programs, which are defensive systems like the Iron Dome. So the argument then is that the $500 million would have been used to other things then. Pyramid research, development, test, evaluation, defense. Why $500 million should be for the Israeli cooperative programs, provided that of this amount, 60,000.
Unork says you're going to lose political influence by cussing so much. You're actually right, Unork. That's what my mom said, and I agree with my mom. I'm just a former Marine, so it's very tough for me to not use profanity. Also, I have like, have you seen this this meme of the veiny forehead kid? So this is me when I don't get to say ableist or racial slurs for too long. So profanity is the way that I get around saying ableist or racial slurs, is I just drop the F-bomb every other sentence. And then as a result, I'm able to like wait to go into a room and then say racial and ableist slurs. Like I can scream it into a pillow at the end of stream. So, you got to pick your battles, right?
Thousands should be. Yeah, this is what would have been struck from the bill. I feel like she should have included this in her response then. She dropped a far longer response on her site. Okay, then let me take a look. Maybe I can be moved over on this. I don't think that I'm going to, I don't think I'm getting away from this without criticizing her, but I do appreciate the opportunity to do so in a more nuanced way. Oh my God, the lefty meme. And it's got a signal.
Let's see the other lefty meme. So AOC wrote a very long letter, which is too many words. Let's see if Vaush fulfills the other lefty stereotype where it's so long that he doesn't read it.
Sure. Both of these things are true. Yeah, well, I mean, it still falls in line with the sort of broader tendency on her part, like her defense of the Iron Dome funding specifically in a, well, it protects civilians kind of way, has always rubbed me the wrong way. But if this bill only struck like the requirement that the 500 mil be used for the Iron Dome and didn't have anything to do with like the money itself, then that seems like a pretty fair counter argument, no? Yesterday, the House called to the floor a rushed $1 billion supplemental military funding bill for the Iron Dome defense system. I want to be clear with the community that I am opposed to this bill, but
why don't you read it loud enough so your audience can hear?
Ultimately, Kasaparian. Wait, this is the old one. The president.
Oh, he's being too lazy and he can't read it. Oh,
vote. Wait. Hold on. Is this the older one? I think she voted present again. Voted no on the amendment, present on the bill. Gotcha. Wait, why present on the bill? My job as your representative is first and foremost serve with transparency. No, she voted no on the bill. Okay, you just linked what I'm already looking at. Then what did she vote present on? What does it mean to vote present? It means you're a pussy, basically. So
true. Dreamcast says, but as I said yesterday, you can't force Palestinians to think they deserve the whole land. Well, yeah, that's the problem, right? So the problem is, at least as far as I understand, a substantive portion of the Palestinian population doesn't want a two-state solution. And I think Israel doesn't necessarily want a two-state solution either, but they just want to slowly ethnically cleanse the territory. What is it? Palestinian support for two-state solution. 40%. So, declining support, particularly among youth. Recent polls indicate a significant decline in Palestinian support for the two-state solution, with some showing it at 40% or even lower at 24%, down from 59% in 2012. This trend is particularly pronounced among young Palestinians, with only 16% of those aged 15 to 25 expressing support, compared to 34% of those aged 46 and older. Well, I would run a new poll after they got their shit kicked in. I would run a new poll for, well, you just got your ass kicked. So how do you feel about a two-state solution now? But it looks like it's dropped precipitously over the past decade. It was higher than 50. And now it's, what used to be at 75. Oh, but these are Arab Israelis. So these are people who are already within the territory. And then what's the green? Total. Okay. Then Palestinian. Yeah. So anyways, the point is that at some point it was majority popular, but not popular enough to get done. And then over time, it's eroded to the point that, 24 to 40% of people support a two-state solution. Not great. Former Marine. I thought Marine was a forever title. Yeah, Marines say that because they want you to be a part of the cult forever. Listen, do you know what Marines can do? Marines can do between 12 and 20 pull-ups. Marines run a minimum of 3 miles at 8-minute miles, and most of them run 6 to 7-minute miles, or realistically 7 to 8-minute miles. But they run 7-minute miles on average. Marines do 100 crunches in 2 minutes. I could probably still do that. And Marines carry heavy weights from point A to point B. I haven't done any of that stuff since 2010, and I haven't been able to do any of that stuff physically probably for 5 to 10 years now. So, no. I'm a Marine psychologically and nothing else.
What did she vote president? If you're saying she voted no on the bill, that note is 2021, ain't it? Yeah, isn't this the old one? I wish there was a date on here. It's absolutely the old one. Yeah, because they're talking about a $1 billion supplemental military funding bill. That's not what this is. The most recent press release on our website is from July 11th. Okay, then who was the first person who linked that, saying that it was from the recent vote? What are you doing? You really went and dug up something from 2021, 4 years ago? Did you do that on purpose? Jesus. The House passed the overall defense funding bill in a 221 to 209 vote. 3 Republicans opposed at 5. So she voted no on the bill, not present. Unless she was one of the 5 Democrats who joined the GOP lawmakers, which, no, that seems unlikely to me. Yeah, she voted no. So she voted no on the amendment, no on the bill. So enough with the present and the yes bullshit, okay? Jesus. So
yeah, listen to this. Hearshot says my 3 mile was 1450. Think about that. What is that? 5 minutes? 5-minute miles? 14. How do I do 50? It's like 5 out of whatever. Let's just do 1450. Divide by 3. You're doing 5. Well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be 5-minute miles. Dude, if you're running like a 455, that is like, yeah, 455 times 3. Not quite. 1450. 10 seconds. That's a 457, man. That's a 457. 457 is fucking impressive. I'm trying to think of the fastest one. All right, hold on. There were some 4-minute mile dudes, and they pissed me off so bad. Let me think about this. Fastest 3-mile run. Sorry, I know this isn't that. The fastest time for a 3-mile run is 12:51, achieved by Joshua Cheptegei in the realm of high school cross country. Leo Young of Newbury Park High did a 13:37. So those are the fastest dudes on the planet. Absolutely insane. But there would be randomly, like we would have some East African guys, you know, in the Marine Corps, and their names would be like Achebe or Swahili or something like that. They would have like crazy African names, but they would look just like this. And they would run half marathons 5 days a week. And when we did our PT test, they would run 5-minute miles, 450s, like it was nothing. And it was absolutely infuriating. Because I was kind of built like this at the time, but I was running 8-minute miles, you know? I was running 7-minute miles on a good day, and I eventually ran a 2030 was my fastest. So I think I ran 2030 divided by 3, 6, 12, 18. Yeah, I ran 6-minute, 30-second miles, and I was proud of that. I worked on that for a really long time. Ugh. Fuck that.
So then we go back.
Bo Dickerson says D1 colleges are between 425 and 410 miles. That's crazy. Yeah, we all of our East African dudes, they were running like 4-minute 30 seconds, 4-minute 50 seconds, like it was nothing. Yeah. Crazy African names. It's not my fault they had crazy African names. Yeah. Who do you think you win in a boxing match, Fuentes or Steven? Steven, if he trained. Right now, if it was just straight up, just like we're going to start the boxing match, I still think Steven has the edge, but Fuentes could win if he locked in and got aggressive about it. But Steven could win just because he's such a naturally angry person. But Steven needs to channel his rage into a fitness and boxing routine. If I train Steven, Steven could beat the fuck out of Nick Fuentes. I would love to train Steven. I would love to train Steven for a boxing match against Fuentes. That would be like my life's work. That would be some of the things that I'm most proud of. It would be like being a husband, being a father, being a husband, training Steven to beat the shit out of Fuentes. That would be like top 5 achievements.
Back to not the post on the website, because this is fake news, but the argument that the...
Right? Steven on PEDs. That would be sick. Honestly. Dude, if I was Steven, hell yeah, dude. I would get like a like one of those doctors, endocrinologist doctors who like consult for PEDs, where they make sure that you don't actually mess up your heart, and they give you the exact PED cocktail to not mess up your body, and they give you the exact diet plan and the exact fitness plan. I would do that if I was Steven, and then I would retake that picture with your actual like Chad trend out, body, and then I would go beat the shit out of Nick Fuentes. I think that would be awesome. Nick looks like he's in better shape. That's just because he's skinny, though. It doesn't necessarily mean he's in better shape. And I don't know if he has that killer instinct in him. I don't know if he does. We'll see. We'll see. We'll put it together.
That the only thing she struck down was the specific allocation of the $500 million to the Iron Dome, but it still would have gone towards Israeli weapons in general. What does the DSA say? It's a good statement. I'd just like some kind of official confirmation, just in case I'm missing something, because this vindicates AOC quite a bit. If so, that striking that the Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment, striking what it struck, would have just allowed the $500 million to go towards whatever Israel wanted to spend it on, as opposed to specifically the Iron Dome. That's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for an official confirmation of that. It seems like that. True, but the motives are the same now? No, I think that AOC's vote is more defensible if that's the case. Then why did the other progressive anti-Israel House members vote yes then? Well, that's what I'd like a confirmation on, because it would help me know whether there's more nuance to this. I still think that her response was bad. This is a bad response. If the only argument that she wants to make is all this does is allocated specifically to the Iron Dome, but the money goes to Israel either way, if that's the only thing the amendment does, I don't see why she needs to talk about, I have long stated I do not believe adding to the death count of innocent victims in this war is constructive to its end, because that sounds like a defense of providing more funding to the Iron Dome.
It does. I think she's defending the Iron Dome.
She posted more on Blue Sky. All right, hit me up. I see the misinformation machine is kicking up to support Marjorie Taylor Greene's Israel amendment. Advocates have a responsibility to be clear about what legislation does and doesn't do. Her amendment did not cut off offensive aid to Israel. We shouldn't pretend it does. My statement.
Right. Yeah. True Zalt says Nick looks better because he's skinny. Does that mean Tiny is fat? No, he's not. No. Steven has like a very normal build, but conservatism says he's skinny fat. Listen, he just needs to develop what he has, Just needs to develop what he has. That's all.
On it. I voted no on the full bill, which includes this appropriation. Wait, this doesn't add any more information. This is just a screenshot. That's not more. Well, now I'm just confused about her messaging. Why wouldn't she just say, assuming this is the case, why wouldn't she just say the only thing Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does is specifically disallocate the funding from the Iron Dome? All that money goes to Israel anyway. If I had to choose to give a genocidal ethno-state more money, I would rather it be forcibly allocated to the Iron Dome than for it to go towards more offensive weapons. There, didn't that?
No, Vaush, because most people don't know the word disallocate. Okay. I'm not trying to nitpick too much, but Vaush being like, oh yeah, her messaging is confusing, when realistically most people are idiots and they barely understand what's going on. That feels like a nitpick.
Right there? Doesn't that just straight clear it up right now? Oh, don't make this like a rhetoric argument, Consultant arc? Yeah, I'm curious. Dude, I'm not one of those, like, you disagree with the politician, you drop them or whatever, because there have always been disagreements. And AOC historically has been namby-pamby on the Iron Dome bullshit, okay? And I do still think that she keeps trying to act as though she's capitulating towards the benefit. She's trying to get some kind of inside foot, She's trying to get her toe in the door, and it doesn't work. But why is her messaging bad on this? I still want a confirmation on that. Does the Hill confirm or deny this? I would like some kind of official. The whole amendment text is strike section 8067, page 92, beginning on line 12 through page 93, line 13. The funds would be removed, not just given to a general fund. Well, no, wouldn't.
Bullshit. Gen X says, I don't know about donut operators. Beach pick was no better than Dusty's, in my opinion. Wrong. You're gay. Are you gay, Gen X? They shot my president in the face, so I couldn't care less if Obama gets life in prison. Hey, dumbass. Dude, all these conservative pundits, like seriously, 80% of them are just complaining about the Obama files, which seems like it's going nowhere fast. And I like clicking on these things and posting like your guy is a pedophile meme because everybody knows that they're fucking sweeping. Like everyone calls them, like half of these comments are going to be like, yeah, you're sweeping for pedophile shit. Cringe. Let's take a look at Donut Operator real quick. We need to call out Gen X for being gay. She says that Donut Operator's beach picture is not good. Nah. Like, listen, this is a bad pose. I agree with that, but this dude clearly worked out in the past. Now, maybe is he in peak shape? Probably not. But is he in decent shape? Yeah, he's in decent shape. This is a decent shape. I will. We can attack Donut Operator for different things. We can attack Donut Operator for being cringe, for laughing at people getting smoked by law enforcement. We can laugh about all that shit. But this is Steven's thing. And by the way, like, I'm not hating. Steven just needs to lift weights, bro. It's not whether or not he has a good basis to start. He can start. This isn't unsalvageable. He just obviously needs to chest press, curls, triceps, shoulders, forearms, and shrugs. He can get it. He has a decent foundation with which to work. He's not starting off with dog shit. And then also, you know, you got to do your legs too to keep everything balanced. But this looks like Steven has not lifted very much in his life, and he easily could. Whereas this looks like Donut used to lift. So I disagree, Gen X. Disagree.
Wouldn't the total amount being allocated to Israel still be preserved elsewhere? Like somewhere else in the bill, surely there would be an acknowledgement of the total. It would just be removing the part that says a certain amount of it has to be allocated. These details matter. I don't understand why nobody is being more clear about this. No mention of it on the Hill. Okay. DSA? What about DSA? DSA? You once said you find criticism of AOC on the basis of her being pro-Israeli was dishonest. Do you still believe that? I don't think AOC is pro-Israeli. I think that AOC is weirdly unwilling to attack the Democratic Party when we need that shit right now, and also has for years now been pretty bad on the Iron Dome funding specifically. I think in her case it's not like Machiavellian maneuvering. I think it's a
Fashion 40 says, you're coping, Connor. Both of them are bad picks, and I think your body is more akin to Donut Operators, so you think it's fine? Yeah, I think it's fine. Jesus, bro. Jesus. Fucking body shame much? Mind you, I say that as I'm lifting now. Holy shit. Fashion 40 post physique. Fucking calling everybody out, bro. Listen. I'm not saying that I'm Hercules or anything. I'm no Arnold Schwarzenegger, but yeah, I lift a little bit. Fucking hell. Out here saying like, yeah. Fucking Fashion 40 just calling everybody out. He's like, oh yeah, Steven's skinny fat, but Donut is dad bod fat. But you think it's okay because you're dad bod fat. And it's like, yeah, I used to be cool. I'm not cool anymore. Damn, bro. A
little bit of cowardice. I think that she understands what she believes.
Damn, bro. Y'all are judgmental as fuck. Y'all are so judgmental. Anyways, the reason why I'm not responding to Vaush as much is, number one, my chat is funnier than Vaush. Number two, Vaush has gotten fucking lazy. Okay, he's gotten lazy. This is mediocre content. All right, you would think. So this thing is 23 minutes. Okay, you would think that what would happen is Vaush would pre-read a little bit. He would go, "Oh, you know, actually, AOC's being a huge asshole. This is why." Blah 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 blah, and then he would have his talking points. But actually, I've bumped into this kind of Vaush content before where he reads a headline and then he just acts confused for 20 minutes. Vaush, how about you read things before you bump into them half-assed on stream, and then you can have a position. How about that? Instead of going in half-cocked all the time, you fucking bum. How about that, Vaush? Matter of fact, if he kind of like keeps acting confused for another 2 minutes, we're going to move on because like to the next segment of Vaush being confused because this sucks. He's like, oh yeah, AOC sucks. She's a piece of shit. Hold on, I'm reading the articles. Well, now I'm just confused. And it's like, that's content? This is your content, Vaush? Lefties, this is your hero? Embarrassing.
Believes to be right and wrong. I think that ideologically she knows that Israel is an ethno-state committing genocide, but in her heart she's thinking like, if I play this right, I can make a bigger difference down the line. That's my guess. That's my guess. This is why we oppose Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's vote against an amendment that would have blocked $500 million in funding for the Israeli military's Iron Dome program, while the Congresswoman voted against the defense appropriations bill itself, voting against funding for the imperialist military-industrial complex and the Israeli genocide. We were further deeply disappointed by her clarifying statement on her position on the Iron Dome.
Hold on. So let's read that. AOC vote against an amendment that would have blocked $500 million in funding for Israel's military Iron Dome, while the Congresswoman voted against the defense appropriation bill itself, voting against funding for the imperialist military-industrial complex. Okay. So she voted against Israel getting offensive munitions, but she voted for defensive munitions. That's a perfectly tenable position, you fucking dumbasses. This is lefty purity testing once again being stupid as hell. Shocking. I'm shocked. I'm shocked, guys. I'm shocked that the lefties are purity testing and they miss the bigger picture for the smaller picture. Let's see if Vaush can reconcile that in his brain.
I do think the clarifying statement on the Iron Dome was bad. The idea that there's some kind of moral virtue in providing Israel defensive weapons is absolutely ridiculous to me. Along with other U.S.-funded interceptor systems, the Iron Dome has emboldened Israel to invade or bomb no less than 5 different countries in the past 2 years. Yep, that is true. Data mail. I know the vote was symbolic, STO, but symbols matter, especially when you're as popular as AOC is with the...
Hold on, this is actually based. AKA Badasoy says, I'm a male gymnast, wakeboarder. I almost said waterboarder. Waterboarder would have been funnier. 40-year-old fat. That's fair. That's fair.
The Democratic base. STO, you can't possibly believe you can send me a link that looks like this, and I'm going to go over it impromptu, okay? I'm still trying to find some kind of official confirmation as to the exact provisions being struck from the bill, okay? You need to... All right, bucko. A true leftist, yeah, through and through. Looking into it now, the bill allocates DoD funding, not specific funding to Israel, so that funding would go to DoD fund, not Israel. Okay, Hyperion 99, that's the shit that I want to know, because if that's true, that...
Why didn't you read it before stream, Vaush? That way you could have like a coherent segment criticizing AOC, you dumbass.
Makes Israel look really bad. Or sorry, not Israel. That makes it... Well, everything makes Israel look bad. That makes...
Fatsimo made another t-shirt. Dude, we're going to have such fire merch whenever I get off of my ass and actually make the merch. You know how it's like, I'd rather be wakeboarding right now? I'd rather be waterboarding right now. Dude, that is awesome. And then we can have a wakeboard. We can have a wakeboard, but that can be like where the person is put down. And then, you know, you have like the guy doing the waterboarding. I'd rather be waterboarding right now. Bruh. That's a fire t-shirt. That's going to sell like hotcakes at Guantanamo Bay.
AOC look really bad because she's voting no on the total funding anyway. So why would she be against a provision striking a portion of general Pentagon? So if the money goes to the general DoD pot, if it doesn't go to Israel, then she should have voted yes on that amendment. If it only goes towards Israel either way, that makes more sense because it's a general defense appropriations bill. It's not like an Israel spending bill specifically. The pool of money would go back to the Pentagon, not towards Israel. That makes her look bad again. Read the first sentence of the portion NTG struck. It says, of the amounts appropriated in this act, the amendment would have removed the earmark of the funds. No. I understand that. I understand it removes the earmark, but the question is whether the removal of the earmark means the money goes to a general pool that goes to Israel or whether it goes to a general pool that goes to the Pentagon. But I think it makes more sense that it goes to the Pentagon. Funds that are unallocated in a defense spending bill would just go to the DoD. They wouldn't go to Israel. It's not like Israel Iron Dome spending is part of like a subcategorized allocation, like a sub fund that goes to Israel if the stuff within it isn't earmarked. And then outside of that is the DoD spending. It's the DoD spending pot altogether. Oh, that makes AOC look bad again. God damn it. I thought I was coming back away. Listen, can we agree that she's at the very least mishandled this pretty spectacularly? I think that's an easy one at the very least. Poor communication, poor ethics on the Iron Dome business. Yeah, this makes her look really bad. I'm blackpilled and everything, TBH. Don't stop being a pussy. Blackpilling is a way to absolve yourself of the moral responsibility to continue to try and to participate, okay? I just think AOC is bad at playing this political game. Right now, like, especially in this moment,
nice, Tofu. I'm going to add it. Yeah, turning war crimes into t-shirts. Man, we're going to have so many. I don't know if I spelled Guantanamo right, but that's okay.
Especially on Israel, you have to be like aware. If you're a progressive Democratic rep or anyone else in the game, you need to be aware of the fact that like the Democrats are your enemy, man. They're the enemy of the people. All right. Not because they're capitalist or liberal, but because the DNC institutions are right now shackling the only fighting chance we have against the Republicans. They are willing to cut out. Like, how many years have progressives been browbeaten with vote blue no matter who? Every time we have to clench.
That's going to be the next segment, by the way.
Our teeth and stomach voting for somebody like Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden when they were better men on the goddamn primary ballot. And then what happens when Mamdani wins the New York City mayoral primary? Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer don't endorse. Instead, they hem and haw. Endorsements continue to go to Cuomo. People buck. They now all of a sudden it's okay actually to run as an independent to undercut the winner of the Democratic primary. There are
Melody, I agree. Let's move into the next segment. Bro, this is so boring. It's just him trying to get caught up but not looking into it himself, just waiting for his chat to provide the info. I agree. Dude, you know what this segment is going to be? It's like, Vaush lazy again. That'll be the title. Because, dude, Vaush, I'm just going to say it. You're a fucking bum, dude. You're a fucking bum. You had the charisma, you had the chops, you had the capacity to debate. You got blown out on 2 or 3 debates. You got so big that you didn't want to share your clout. So you pulled up the ladder behind you. And then you just got fucking lazy. And now you do lazy React Andy fucking streams, which, by the way, I do React Andy streams, but you're not even prepared for it. This entire segment is supposed to be you criticizing AOC. You didn't read anything. You got confused halfway through. And then so you could cut a segment, you left in 10 minutes of being confused. That's a dog shit segment. God bless. You know what? Vaush, there's 100,000 Vaush people who watch this video. God bless you. God bless the fucking leftists who come in here and try to make the best of this dog shit segment. That is crazy. And they're all doing the Steel Man too. They're all walking away with the point of it instead of being like, hey, Vaush, your content is starting to suck because you're so lazy you don't research anything first. Damn. Lefties seizing power and then getting lazy once they have said power. Tell me a more potent mix than peanut butter and jelly than lefties getting some level of clout, influence, and yeah. This is the meme of socialism. Yeah, this is the meme of lefties. Is they're all passionate. Let's change the world, guys. Let's go after it. Let's get it. Let's change the world. And then they get like a shred of money and comfort and influence and power. And then they're like, you know what? I'm still going to complain about it, but I'm good. It's like, yeah, why would we give you power of society? Why would we give you anything rather than the modicum of power and influence you already have, you fucking bum? You're squandering your gifts, you dumbass. Oh, yeah. All right. Anyways, so in summary for that mini segment of the segment in general, there is a point here, which is that AOC has moderated. She's becoming too liberal for the lefties. She's being more pragmatic with her power. She voted against general spending for defense stuff for Israel, but she voted for defensive spending, or she voted against stripping the bill of defensive spending for Israel as a result, because she still kind of acted in Israel's interest in a moderate way. Vaush is disappointed, but then he got confused by what was going on, and we watched him be confused for 10 minutes. So thanks, Vaush. God. Yeah, those 100,000 people suffering. Vaush fans suffering in perpetuity. Sucks to suck. Well, guess what? We're going to suffer along with him, okay? One more time, we're going to go into the maw of Vaush content, and we're going to suffer, and we're probably going to call him a bum. But hopefully he researched this one and has coherent points. Hypocrite Democrats refuse to endorse Mamdani. This should actually be pretty simple, because I'm going to make arguments for why Democrats should not be compelled to support Mamdani. So, yeah. Hopefully he pre-researched this one a little bit.
When asked about where Mamdani stands on the phrase globalize the Intifada, Mamdani said the distance between what some intend and what others hear is a bridge that is too far, and it is why he now discourages its use. I've thought about this quite a lot. For some New Yorkers, it's a phrase that refers to civil disobedience and protest and calls to end the occupation of Palestinian land. I was sitting with a rabbi not too long ago who told me the same phrase is heard very differently by her, and it's heard as a reference to bus bombings in Haifa, restaurant attacks in Jerusalem, and it engenders a fear in her and others the possibility of those very attacks coming home here in New York City. Mamdani said his movement is one for justice and equality and would bridge the gap between all New Yorkers by focusing on what has caused so much anguish in this moment. What offends so many in our city, this horror that one is...
Tofu asks, Connor, do you go to QuestCon? I haven't gone into any cons yet, but I'm going to for sure. I need we're doing good. We're paying bills, but we need a little bit extra money before I can spend a few $100 on a weekend to go to cons.
Is one that is subsidized by our country. He said, I heard not just about a desire for cheaper groceries and a cost of living that was easier to navigate, but for an end to our tax dollars going to the killing of children. Mamdani said of concerns share with him over the Israel-Hamas war. Okay. On principle, I feel like he shouldn't back down, because he never even said globalize the Intifada. He was just asked how he feels about the phrase, and he said he holds space for different meanings for different people and so on. But at the same time, this isn't exactly the kind of denunciation that makes it seem like he's selling out and turncoating, you know? Because the problem is that, like, all the people who have said that Mamdani wants to globalize the Intifada are still going to say that, right? Hakeem Jeffries has said that he hasn't endorsed Mamdani because he doesn't know him that well, and because he's concerned about statements like globalize the Intifada, which of course Mamdani never said, but they're still going to say that, right? If you show weakness, they'll start to pressure you and everything. It's globalize the Intifada, which he never said. And next it's going to be when you say, you know, BDS, to a lot of rabbis in New York City, you know, that actually speaks to them of the anti-Semitic practice of not attending Jewish-owned stores or something, just some bullshit like that. You can't capitulate to the disingenuity. This whole thing has been disingenuous from the get-go, right? It would be one thing if
wait, I don't think it's disingenuous at all. I'm going to allow him to cook a little bit more, because maybe he's cooking around a point somewhere. But I think Jews 2-1, 3-1 support the state of Israel. And they can be uncomfortable with the term globalize the Intifada, because the Intifada, while people can put it in a social justice context because it means to shake off or to rebel, oftentimes those rebellions involve terrorism and violence against civilians. So Jews can be uncomfortable with that. And then the same thing with BDS, boycott, divest, and sanction. That is a movement within the United States in order to boycott, divest, and sanction any business that supports the state of Israel. So if 3-1 or 2-1 Jews support the state of Israel, that can make them uncomfortable like a motherfucker. How is that disingenuous? Explain.
Mamdani was like yelling from the rooftops, globalize the Intifada, which, by the way, from my perspective, is a relatively spicy slogan, okay? I think there are much better ways to advocate for Palestinian liberation than that phrase. That phrase seems to me like it's mostly like it's very controversial. It's very incisive. It makes you feel.
LB says 50% of young Jewish people voted Mandani, so that's bullshit. Well, Mamdani isn't specifically endorsing the Intifada. He's saying that, like, I'm not going to condemn it because it's a phrase that's viewed differently by different people. So, but I could still think that you could be a tepid Zionist and vote Mamdani.
Very woke when you say it. I don't think it's actually
Yeah,
like
yeah, exactly. Thomas Martinson is saying it. Supports the state of Israel is very, very usely used as well. Yeah, guys, like I say this, like I'm a tepid Zionist. Okay, what I mean by that is, I think that Jews have a historic claim to Israel that stretches back 3,200 years. Within the past 200 years, they started returning to that territory in the Zionist movement, which was both secular and religiously motivated. They came into conflict with the Palestinians. The state of Israel was established in 1948. It's fought 2 or 3 existential wars in order to establish itself, and now it's there. So between a choice of let's erase the state of Israel and make it a one-state Palestinian Arab Muslim majority state and rename it Palestine, I don't think that's going to happen, and I don't think it's a good thing if it did happen. But I also think that annexing Gaza and the West Bank slowly is bad, and there should be a 2-state solution where Palestinian Arab Muslims or Palestinian Muslims get their own sovereign, defensible, bordered territory. So, yeah, like I'm a tepid Zionist. John Kennedy says, I've seen your rationalization of why it was good that the Jubilee fascist was fired, but commies are usually left alone. Isn't the downplaying of the threat of commies while viciously coming down on fascists the whole reason that progressives were able to get their hooks into society in the 2000s? Yeah, maybe. Like, maybe I should have more heat for communists. I actually have a healthy chunk of heat for communists, though. I just understand that other people don't. And I think that communists and like far leftists are viewed as infinitely more ineffectual. Like, while the lefties and the progressives are more popular in the culture, they're not very popular electorally. And then I would also say that the right wing is obviously way more the far right wing is obviously way more influential on the right wing right now. So I think the prioritization is correct, but I would actually invite you to watch the stream from Tuesday. I forget what today is. Is today just Wednesday? Oh my God. Is today just Wednesday? Did I talk to Corbin yesterday? Anyways, check out the stream on Tuesday on the Counterpoints channel with Corbin Sales. I'll make sure that it's listed so you can watch it. But effectively, like, I think we strike a decent middle ground of where we think we need to push the left and where we think we need to push the right. So, yeah. Andy B says all their problems would be solved if they just converted to Christianity. I mean, that's another option. Is just return it to Christian Imperium. There we go. Yeah. Thomas Martinson says 50% of young Jewish people in a Democratic primary of the most progressive city in the country in an election with 30% turnout. Yeah. I wouldn't view that as a good barometer for the entire country and the entire Jewish population. What the fuck does New York City race have to do with Israel? They talk about Israel. How about a mayor who rejects hate speech in all forms? How about you call out the Islamophobia against Mandani? No. He has never given any reason for the pearl clutching? No. Nope. I'll tell you when I'm like mildly Islamophobic. I have a lot of Muslim friends. I love my Muslim friends, and I fight for a more chill version of Islam. But whenever somebody's like Islamophobia, I'm like, Muslims, like, jihadists have killed the fuck out of hundreds of thousands of people over the past 2 decades. You have a strong reason to dislike and hate jihadists. All right? Old School says, don't say just Wednesday. I have a massive coding project due Friday and I've barely begun. Well, good thing you're doing something that's good for your brain. All right? Watching Counterpoints. It's good for your brain, so it's going to make your coding project very easy. Andy B says, Jewish people tend to be wealthy. Wealthy young people are commies. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Tofu, it's just crazy to me that obvious things like free food in schools isn't standard. I don't even plan on having kids, and I want to make sure children don't starve. Yeah. Cheap, high quality schools, I think, should just be everybody. Like in the Northeast, there's just a culture where you have cheap, high quality schools. So that should just be a thing. When it comes to kids not starving, I agree. I think it can jump the shark with social programs, but we're going to get into the weeds instead of dealing with the content. Yeah. LB says, we know, Connor, stop showing your bias, bro, and grow up. Christians have killed more people than any religion in history. Calm your tits. Is that even true? Is that even true? I'm going to let the ADD overwhelm me. How many people did the Crusades kill? So, estimating the total number of deaths caused by Crusades is difficult, but historical accounts suggest that tens of thousands of people were killed during these conflicts. For example, one account describes a massacre of at least 70,000 people. So that's like a few 100,000. Estimates for the number of people killed in the Crusades begin at 1 million and go as high as 9 million. Okay, so that's not true. Then, how many people did Genghis Khan kill? So Genghis Khan beat the Christians by a factor of 5, so 40 to 60 million. How many people did the Caliphate conquests kill? And then and then the Caliphates are. The siege of Baghdad alone had an estimated 200,000 to 2 million people killed. The Mongols killed 75% of the Iranian population, but that's going to be Genghis Khan. How many people were killed in Islamic invasions? 370 million people. I think that's probably off. That's probably off by a substantive amount. They're probably including like slaves who died in slavery. But anyways, the point is, like, let's just, LB, I think you've grown up in an anti-Western historical analysis. I think we could probably find that the Christian Crusades and Inquisition and Reconquista are probably similar to the invasions of the Caliphates. And then I think Genghis Khan is going to outperform, because, you know, Asians, they love to outperform everybody. I think Genghis Khan is going to outperform Christians by a substantive amount. So... Yep. Back to the content.
Yeah, it's pretty LARPy.
Matthew, Connor, did you adjust the deaths for inflation? Nice.
I don't think it's actually like doing much good. If he was
not just the Crusades, the KKK is a Christian org. How many people do you think the KKK killed? It's an American-only organization. How many people did the KKK kill? They were only around for like 80 years. I mean, I know they're around in their lame form, but how many people did the KKK kill? It's going to be like tens of thousands maximum. Maximum, it's going to be tens of thousands. How many people did the KKK kill? And they didn't give me a specific number. But I guarantee you that the number is going to be in the thousands or tens of thousands. It's not going to be in the millions. I think you have a problem conceptualizing large numbers. That's okay. Human beings have a problem conceptualizing large numbers, but compare like the Crusades make the KKK look like child's play, and the Caliphates, I would say, are on par or probably even surpassing the Christian Crusades. And then I would say that the Mongol invasions probably make the Crusades and the Caliphates look like child's play as well. How many 9/11s was that? Yeah. Kay says, not all Jews are rich. True. All right. Anyways, back to it.
Screaming it from the rooftops, and somebody was like, hey, can you dial it down? That's not the most effective way to advocate for your cause. And he said, okay, that'd be one thing. It is scary to the normies. It does frighten the hoes.
How many people have Grill Hottest killed? Just a few hundred, maybe a few thousand. Like, cumulatively, if you add up all the veterans that are a part of the Grill Hottest movement, it's probably a few hundred. I won't be surprised. If we get like 1,000 live viewers, I would expect that Grill Hottest have probably killed 1,000 people, like in total. We're not like a totally peaceful religion. You know, we're like mostly peaceful.
That is true. That is true. It does frighten the hose. But it was disingenuous from the get-go. He wasn't using this language. Now he discourages its use. Like, okay, whatever. Did this come out after he went to DC? After his primary win? Is that the context in which this is being discussed?
Yeah. People are saying my KKK estimate is super high. Yeah, I'm sure it is super high. That would be the maximum number. That would be the maximum number. I'm sure it's in maybe the thousands.
Because I did see that when he won the primary and went to DC. By the way, when Eric Adams won the Democratic primary, he went and met with the president and the Speaker of the House. When Mamdani wins, he doesn't speak to any high-level White House officials or congressional officials. No high-level Democrats. And apparently Bernie Sanders, who, you know, agrees with Mamdani on quite a bit, Sanders, who is Jewish, really urged Mamdani to be cautious about how he approaches talking about Israel. That's fair. Yeah, of course. Both are critics of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's handling of its war in Gaza. Ahead of the trip, Mamdani told business leaders in New York he would discourage the use of the phrase globalize the intifada. Okay, so this was like right before he went over then.
LB, you're such a fucking fedora, dude. All right, listen, I'm gonna apologize to the VOD viewers, okay? I'm creating bad content right now, but I'm gonna blame Vaush for the bad content, okay? What's going on is Vaush is being a bum and half-ass reading news articles about topics that he's tepidly interested in, instead of having a point and fighting for his point because he's gotten into his hug box and he's gotten lazy. I'm going to have to start curating Vaush content because he's creating so much mediocre content right now. But anyways, because this is more interesting, I'm going to talk about it. LB says the problem is always religion and the rationalization of atrocities for some god. Well, that's interesting because I'm pretty sure the Soviet Union was an explicitly atheistic enterprise. So Soviet Union total deaths. So estimates for deaths in the Soviet Union are millions to tens of millions. You know, so they killed a substantive amount of people in the Holodomor, in political persecutions, et cetera, et cetera. How many people did Stalin kill? You know, several million to 20 million. Okay. So, you know, he's competing with the Christians pretty aggressively. And then how many people did Mao kill? Uh, 15 to 45 million deaths. So it looks like you have a couple of socialist lefty atheists who are competing with Christians. So how do you explain that? If it's all just religion and the only reason why people kill each other because of religion, how did two of the most powerful secular organizations to begin in the early 20th century kill tens of millions of people? Riddle me that, LB, you fedora.
Mamdani, who has not used the phrase himself.
Yeah, this is happening. It says read headlines and flail. Yeah, that's actually the content right now. Is read the headline and go, oh. Yeah, or Pol Pot, who wiped out 30% of his population. Yeah, come on.
Thank you, CNN, for surprisingly not disingenuous framing there. Has said he believes the phrase to be a rallying cry for Palestinian human rights and refused to condemn its use when asked during its primary campaign. Yeah, because it's weird to ask a person to condemn language they themselves haven't used. Like, that's just weird. You know, it would be one thing if Mamdani was at a pro-Palestinian rally and everyone else was chanting, you know, globalize the intifada or whatever, but you're just tossing the most controversial sounding slogans at him. You're just pitching the ones that'll scare the hose the most to see how he bats. It's racist, kind of. Yeah, it's a little bit racist to go to the Muslim guy and be like, all right, here's a list of 372 slogans that people have said are anti-Semitic. Okay, how do you feel about Zionist-occupied government? Mamdani's like, I've never said that. I disavow. And they're like, okay, let's go through 971 more. It's like, dude, what if we stuck to the language that he uses? What if we stuck to the language that, you know, is like directly around him? Please rate them. But you really, you think that globalize the intifada is better than Zionist-occupied government? Can you give us a 30-minute explanation for your position on this, Mamdani? It's unwinnable. Sanders told Mamdani he had to do a better job explaining his criticism is not anti-Semitic. and not to let himself seem like he's minimizing the fear of Jews. I just don't think he's done this. But Bernie
Conservative liberalism, Vaush stream boils down to old man reads newspaper. Bruh.
Sanders has spent a lifetime capitulating to the Democratic Party, so it's possible that at this point and at his age, you know, that he's just not... You got to fight the Democrats too, man. It's not like they're being genuine when they throw this shit at you. They know they're lying.
Mamdani. And on top of that, Republicans are certainly trying to cast him as a liability for Democrats. Do you see him as such?
We're going to have a very robust discussion in the event that we are able to proceed tomorrow, but at some point shortly thereafter, if we are not, about quality of life issues important to the people
Minority
that
House Leader,
I
by the way,
represent in the 8th Congressional District in New York, related to affordability, safety, and the ability to make sure that New York City remains a place that working families, middle-class folks, and all those who aspire to be part of the middle class can continue to call home. At the same period of time, I do look forward to having a conversation with our Democratic nominee about the importance of everyone being on the same page in terms of taking back control of the House of Representatives.
That's great. Thank you. No endorsement. Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, I am going to laugh at that because he basically, like, without saying it, he was like, yeah, that socialist shit is kind of cringe. Listen, there is nothing more schadenfreude for me than somebody being like, yeah, I'm a socialist. We're going to take over the world. Ah! And then, like, normie Democrats are like, yeah, can you be quiet, though? Can you do it quietly? Melody says, bro, who the hell requested this to be added to the docket? This is horrible content to go over. Melody, relax, okay? What we figured out, or what I figured out, is that whenever you put these characters in the thumbnail, Hassan, Vaush, Destiny, Sitchin, as a matter of fact, I'm going to blame you momentarily, Melody. I'm going to blame you. So Hassan, Vaush, Destiny, Sitchin, Adam, Nick, if I put these people in the thumbnail, then we easily break like 1K, even if the content sucks. Whereas if I do my normal content, but I break out into these other characters, which, by the way, we'll still cover, but you know, the views are substantively lower on the VODs. So the truth is, you didn't watch the VODs. This is your fault, Melody. If you didn't want me to be reacting to Vaush, then the channel shouldn't have given me thousands of views for Vaush related content. And you should have watched all the content where I talk about these other characters. Boom. It's your fault, bro. It's your fault.
They met today, by the way, and he still hasn't endorsed him. Jeffries will not endorse Zoran Mamdani. It's not about fears of anti-Semitism.
It's pronounced Zoltan, okay?
Or whatever else, okay? It's because he's a dog of the establishment, he's a dog of APAC, he's a dog of corporate media, and Mamdani is not. And that's it. That's it. That's the only reason why. And unfortunately, Bernie, like, you're not going to fight back against this. You're not going to fight back against this by, like, playing into the game and taking serious.
Melody, I'm fucking around. Yes, I want you in the live. I'm fucking around, okay?
Seriously, all the bullshit idpol criticisms they throw forward. He's been asked so many times, over and over and over again, are you endorsing? Are you endorsing? It's always some bullshit answer. God, I hate looking at him. Following his trip to Washington.
Anybody that's staying out at this point.
True. AKA Batasui says, Melody, you should rewatch VODs on 4 to 10 different YouTube tabs while you aren't at the computer. True.
Instead of endorsing this incredible dynamic leader, is missing an opportunity.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Here's what I was thinking of. This is from 3 days ago.
Your meeting with Zoran Mamdani, you have not endorsed him yet. What do you say to people who say, why are you not endorsing the guy that won the Democratic primary in a contested election in your backyard?
Well, I look forward to sitting down and talking to him. I didn't get involved in that primary election, and I don't know.
Just say because he's a socialist and he's an electoral liability. Boom. Over.
him well. We had a very good conversation.
Don't know him well. Didn't get involved in the primary election of the mayor of New York City, even though that's the state I represent. Haven't really talked to him. And then, wow, they met, they talked, and what a surprise, he's still not endorsing him.
The day after the primary, we agreed to meet. And so I'm looking forward to having that discussion on Friday.
Nothing happened. They had the discussion, no endorsement. Hate these people, dude. They're just as much our enemies as the Republicans. If you're in a bar fight and one dude is punching the shit out of you, punching your face over and over, and there's a second guy who's not punching you, but he's just pinning your wrist down to the ground so you can't fight back, those people are both equally your enemy. They're both doing the same thing. They have taken different tasks, but they are united in the same objective, whether or not they know it. Even if the person who's holding your wrist down is trying to be well-intentioned with it. Oh, don't fight back. It'll make it worse. It doesn't matter. You know exactly what's going on here. Anyway, to a real human.
Just learning skills from him, communication skills. It was not about whether we're supporting him or not.
I think he's a very personable, smart young man. And I hope we're not going to have a lot of circular firing squads.
House Democrats there after meeting with the newly minted Democratic nominee for mayor of New York. So
I really hope Mandani inspires some of these people to start pushing back against Schumer and Jeffries, man.
Mamdani, the self-declared Democratic Socialist who topped Andrew Cuomo last month
Yes,
for a Democratic Party that's struggling to find its footing after losing power completely in November. Mamdani, one of the most high-profile and polarizing figures to appear on the national stage. Our next guest knows a thing or two about electing Democrats, and he writes this about Mamdani recently, quote, America doesn't necessarily go the way of the Big Apple, the New Jersey gubernatorial primary.
So Melody says, I would recommend Connor to my brother's church group, but they are pretty sensitive about language, and Connor struggles with that, lol. Yeah, that's the problem, too. So my mom talks to me, and she says, hey, you're cussing too much. You would appeal to more people. You would appeal to more people if you didn't cuss so much. And then I do good for about an hour, and then I fall back into bad habits. So my apologies. My apologies.
And the lack of one in Virginia will prove more informative for Democrats' fortunes in 2026 and 20.
Yeah, don't look at New York City, okay? New York City is famously not representative of the rest of the country, you know? It's kind of like a monoculture ethno-state. It doesn't really... It's...
No, Vaush, you straw-manning son of a bitch. No. They're saying the rural areas are majority white and Christian. They're saying that the urban areas are pretty mixed, but some of them are conservative and some of them are progressive and some of them are liberal. That's what they're saying. New York is a uniquely progressive city. The only place that comes close to it is LA. That's what they're saying, you straw man and son of a bitch.
It's not really like a broad base, right? Now, the New Jersey gubernatorial primary.
28. And Rahm Emanuel joins us now. He's the former mayor of Chicago. He served as President Obama's chief of staff. He was recently ambassador to Japan in the Biden administration. He also is a CNN senior political and global affairs analyst. And like I said,
Rahm Emanuel is a massive piece of shit. Yeah, obviously. Look at his face. As always, evil.
I love Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel talks the way that I talk. It's so awesome. I'm going to pull this up. Rahm Emanuel cussing compilation. Oh man. There was this old clip. I don't see it. But there's one where he's walking around behind the scenes and he's just dropping F-bombs like crazy. And I understand that's not everybody's vibe, right? Matter of fact, a lot of people get really turned off when you're in a professional setting and you're just dropping endless profanity. A lot of people get really turned off by it. But it was so funny because he's just walking around talking to Obama staffers and he's talking like a Marine. Dang. They got buried in the algorithm. Sad days, brothers.
People make themselves known to you, okay? The devil will reveal the mark of the beast. Before they invented phrenology, they thought it would be numbers, okay? It's actually facial structure. Can't you tell?
worked on electing Democrats to the House way back in the day. So I'm very happy to have you on the show. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I want to start with where kind of Democrats are, big picture, because some of these new poll numbers are really tough for Democrats. The approval ratings are really low, and it's someone like Zoran Mamdani that is front and center. Do you think the party embracing someone like him in this national way is a recipe for success?
No. I think that the Democrats, when they're currently more unpopular than they ever have been in the entire history of the party, should keep doing what they're doing now, and definitely shouldn't stand behind the champion of every value they pretend to have.
Correct. Mandani is too far left for a national poll. Vaush is being sarcastic. I'm not.
Who is much more popular than they are.
Well, let me, first of all, you cited a poll that CNN put out today. It shows a very energized Democratic Party, way over energized than the Republican Party. And it also shows that independents are breaking almost 2-1 for the Democrats.
What poll?
So I think that's a very...
Oh, man, I wonder if Steven's jokes about dead kids and pornography are going to help with that 2-1 break to the left.
Very telling sign. I do think the New Jersey and Virginia governor's races are more indicative both about the candidate we recruited, their message, and what it will mean to 2020.
Candidate we recruited, by the way, take note of the language. They're specifically pushing back against the fact that they don't control Mamdani. They want like stooges in these positions, so there's no real pushback against the establishment line.
2026 and 2028, both women are moderates who come out of the national security kind of pool of candidates that we...
Oh, that's great. We love that. Moderates. Oh, but they're women because we have to use id poll to mask for our ideological weaknesses, you know?
Have in the past.
What,
and I think
Slotkin?
that's where you're going to see, I think, something that gives you a floodlight into the future. And second, as it relates to the...
he said women weird because to people like him, a person being a woman is like a tick that you get to sign off next to their name to convince voters to vote for them. They don't believe in anything. It's all just id poll. It's just cynical id poll to them.
Yeah, but what I would argue is find economics that aren't cringe. So, for instance, you guys are asking me, or at least some people are, LB is, in my opinion, presenting a false dichotomy where you have to embrace the socialist or you have to embrace the corporate Democrats. Well, how about this secret third thing called good policy, right? The reason why freezing rents is bad is because you're creating a false market. I actually have a different false market thing, but I would say that it's serving a market failure. So let me explain the problem real quick. Give me a second. Let me pull up New York City map. New York City maps. So lots of people want to live and work in New York City. Okay. So and we're really talking about right here, pretty much from like Brooklyn in. This is what we're talking about. This is considered upstate New York. It's very nice, but it's very expensive. And this is Long Island. Upstate New York is up here, right? My apologies for getting mixed up. Let me zoom out. Here's upstate, Buffalo, Rochester, all that stuff. That's upstate New York. But the city is its own entity. And so what's going on is the city has a certain labor demand where lots of people want to work here, lots of people want to be here. But in order for this to function, Staten Island, Brooklyn, Manhattan, all that kind of stuff, the way that this needs to function is you need to have a labor pool that is able to live and work here and not do a 2-hour commute. And since so many people want to live here, they've effectively pushed out the working class and the middle class, where the working class and middle class who do necessary jobs in order for the city to function, they're being pushed out further and further and further to the point that they have like a 4-hour commute, right? That's unsustainable. It's unfair to the working class. It's fucked up. And so what I would argue is that a certain portion of the residential available tenants in New York, in Brooklyn, in Queens, in Staten Island, should be carved out for working class folks who make the city function. And so it should be some kind of cost of living calculation where, let's say that the minimum wage in the city of New York was $15 an hour or something like that, then you should be able to have this like low income, mid income zoned housing. You should have that zoned for working class folks who make the city function. And the cost of rent should be a third of that wage. That's what I would do. And so freezing the rent pricing is silly. It's way too strong of a thing. And like, no, not rent stabilized public housing. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I think it should effectively be correlated with the cost of living. So I believe the minimum wage in New York City is $22 an hour, and he has plans to increase it to $30 an hour by 2030. Yeah, so let's just take $22 an hour. Let's say that we're going to split the difference, okay? 22 times 40 times 4. Okay, 35.20. Divide by 3. Okay? There should be 1-bedroom apartments. Okay. Then apply the same principle, Fashion 40. Let's say it's 15 times 40 times 4. This is a monthly salary, $2,400. Okay. Divide by 3 is $800. You cannot find a single bedroom apartment in New York City for $1,000 a month. You can't. So my point is that there should be a neighborhood. There should be like 10% of the housing within Brooklyn, 10% of the housing within Queens, 10% of the housing within Staten Island, 10% of the housing within Manhattan should be designated for working class people. Should do 40 times 52 divided by 12. Why? Because you want the monthly salary in order to include the extra days? All right, fine. We'll make it even more accurate. 40 hours times $15 an hour times 52 weeks divided by 12 months. 2,600 divided by 3. It's $900. Oh, shut up. You guys are mathing me. Anyways, the whole point is the reason why I would do that though isn't because I'm some communist who wants desperately to survive in New York City. I don't give a fuck about New York City. New York City is a rat's nest. I never want to live there. I don't give a shit about New York. However, I think that making your working class commute 2 hours where they have to drive a taxi to a train station, to take a train station to a ferry, to take a ferry to the city, to get into the city in order to take another taxi or the subway into their restaurant is stupid. Okay? I think it's stupid. I think it's dysfunctional. I think it fucks over the working class. Andy B says, you can increase population density zoning, but then you are going to add a lot of stress to the public grid, sewer, electric, water, and there's going to be a point that that's just impractical. Yeah, NIMBYism or YIMBYism doesn't work either because, like you said, you have bad zoning. Excuse me. Kay says, what if they are working class but have a side gig that makes them a lot of money? Do they still qualify? I have no idea. We could probably do it. I would say it's probably like for people who make under 100 grand a year, right? And then you would just do the lottery system, right? And after that, the city's just fucked. So move someplace else. Like just move 5 head. Anyways, so I think the working class needs to be protected in some ways because that's what makes a city function. But I also think that eventually, if you're like, it costs too much, the schools are bad, there's too much crime, there's homeless people, there's shit on the street, move. Just move 5 head. Jack Darko says the music video is Mr. Cardamom. Nani Mamdani was a rapper before he was a politician. Yeah, well, we all did cringe shit in 2020, right? Fashion 40 says that's impracticality is why there's fucked areas in New York City right now. Yeah. Those people already live there. Yeah, and they're getting pushed out. Fatsimo says, new screaming Anna Kasparian face thumbnail for a Pierce Morgan video drop. Need to add Anna to your algo boosting titles. For sure. All right. Anyways. Yep. All right, parasocial love. Back to it. I need to use the restroom. Enjoy Vaush's erratic thought.
You know?
Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City. As I think I said, as it relates to national elections, I'm more interested in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan than I am the Upper West Side of Manhattan. But you'd be foolish not to see or pay attention to his focus on the cost of living issues. As somebody who has said the American dream is unaffordable and that is unacceptable to us, that is where our focus should be. It used to be when you and I were growing up. If you worked hard, you could get ahead. Today, if you work hard, you run in place and you go nowhere fast and just break a sweat. He focused on something. Now, I don't agree with his
broken clock. Not broken clock. Every politician since time immemorial has promised to lower prices. The difference with Mamdani is that he's explained how he'll do it, and it involves challenging the landlords. That's the reason why he's different. But for Democrats, they never deliver on these promises. The most you get is like a fiddly bureaucrat, like a little tax break, a tax rebate. It doesn't amount to anything substantial. But, you know, a politician saying we have a cost of living crisis, that's every politician, every state, all the time. Nobody would say otherwise.
Grocery stores, city-run grocery stores, you know, city government has a tough time running trains on time, let alone a grocery store or free buses. But his critique of the problem.
Why could a government not run free buses? What about the buses being free makes them more difficult to run? It's a bus. It's pretty simple. You drive a large car along a route and you stop every couple blocks. So is that really beyond us? Oh, the government can't handle stuff like that. What? Like, listen, in the same breath, he says the cost of living is too high. Things are unaffordable, but also cheaper groceries, free bus rides, ridiculous. Fantasies cooked up by a socialist lunatic. Let's focus on the real world here, where the bus costs $3.25, groceries continue to raise in price by 8% every year, except for when inflation spikes, and then it goes up by 22%. And then we can start talking about real solutions to economic inequality, like a $3,000 tax break for a couple's first child.
He's not wrong. His solution to that analysis is where I have a disagreement. But as it relates to politics, New Jersey and Virginia are far more significant and far more revealing about what the future beholds if we run the right type of candidate with the right type of message.
So let's dig into those poll numbers, because as you mentioned, Democratic enthusiasm among Democratic voters.
Don't free buses basically pay for themselves? Providing free or extremely subsidized public transportation pays for itself because the ability for people to move around freely makes jobs and patronizing businesses much more easy and accessible. It makes bus lines not like an uncomfortable little commute option for people who don't have a car, but instead a real viable form of public transit. More people use them to get around, so areas near bus stops get a lot more traffic, both for shopping and like for people who want to work there. It accelerates the economy. It's one of the reasons we don't have toll roads everywhere. We make roads free at the point of service because it would really imagine how much harder it would be to get around and take advantage of the opportunities in your city if every time you reached a crosswalk you had like to pay a little toll. The only reason
try not being poor
reason we subsidize cars and roads but not buses and trains is because we have a car-centric society. There's no reason it has to be that way.
To get to the polls is in fact off the charts in our poll. I think we can put up that screen with those numbers. However, the party itself, right? And so
Mellow D says red states probably need people. They should have a program trying to get people to move. I agree completely, Mellow D. I actually, I think that I would love to do urban design in order to make cities more attractive for people. I wish I could do that. I wish I could just talk to a millionaire or a billionaire and start talking about urban design to make the peak of human cities. I wish I could do that.
There it is. 72% of Democrats strongly motivated to vote in the midterms.
Oh, that's the poll. That was the poll Rahm Emanuel was citing as evidence that Democrats don't actually hate their own party, that they're motivated to vote in the midterms. Have you considered they're motivated to vote in the midterms because they want to vote your ass?
Chris Hufford says, first time I've been able to catch one of your streams. Glad to see more people with level heads entering the arena of streaming politics because the discourse is so full of useless bad actors. Thank you, Chris. That means a lot.
It's out.
50% of the Republicans are strongly motivated to vote. But even Democrats are saying they're really unhappy with the Democratic Party. And that is different than what we saw in 2018, right? The same period after Trump was elected the first time, where Democrats were extremely motivated, but they were also fine with the party. What does that tell you?
Well, look,
Yeah, free transit bus roads in my city have become 80% homeless territory. Yeah, listen, I got an anti-homeless bias. So I'm presuming that Vaush was saying that public transport should be free at the point of service because it enables economic activity. I can agree to a degree that the economic benefit of having cheap or free public transit is so obvious that, like, effectively public transit should be free or close to free. However, I think there's something to be said for the fact that when people pay into a system, they often take care of it. So as an example, public bathrooms in Europe, you actually have to pay $1, at least in Belgium 20 years ago. You have to pay like $1 every time you want to use the bathroom. And there's actually a person standing there, at least 20 years ago. There's a person standing there collecting $1. But the reason why they were collecting $1 is because, number one, everybody does it, so the funding is out the wazoo. Number two, they keep the public restrooms spick and span and ultra clean. There's no glory holes unless you're in Germany. There's no hard drug use unless you're in Germany. There's no, sex parties in the bathroom unless you're in Germany. But that's all on a volunteer basis, and they keep it very clean, right? So the whole point is that, like, European public bathrooms, you have to pay $1 in order to use, but they're spick and span because they're very well maintained. I don't think people have a problem with paying $1 to use public services. They just don't want vagrants to be doing hard drugs and physically assaulting people whenever they use that service. So for me, make it free, make it $1. I don't give a shit. That's not the point. Make sure that it's clean, well-funded, and not overrun with homeless people.
Let me say one thing. When you have
Look, I'm paid to be a stooge for corporate interests. I'm not here to answer questions, you stupid bitch.
One party control both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue, which you have here. You have lessons of history from 1994, where the Democrats lost the House and the Senate. You have lessons from 2006. You have lessons from 2010 for President Obama. You have 2008.
Fashion 40, what game do you play that lets you build realistic cities? Because honestly, I would love to build my utopia and then see how it functions in game. That would actually be pretty dope.
For President Trump. So there's a physics to this. Energized opposition, independents break 2-1 for the opposition, and dejected incumbent party voters. That your poll shows exactly that paradigm is playing out at
City
this
Skylines
moment.
too.
Now the brand of the party, not good. Energized voters, that's more important. Every election.
Listen, it doesn't matter that the party is more unpopular than it ever has been in the entire history of the party. Literally the entire over a century-long history of the Democratic Party. For as long as polling has been done, it has never been this unpopular. But that doesn't matter, okay? What matters is that I'm choosing to interpret high voter turnout energy as a sign of support for the party, despite all evidence to the contrary.
Special and primary since 2024 has shown an incredible energy by the Democratic base voters. Independents dissatisfied with Republicans.
Randy Chang says free buses in New York City isn't a new idea. We tried it in 2008. It fell apart for good reasons. Was it because you were swamped by homeless people throwing up and peeing and doing hard drugs and beating the shit out of people?
And Republican voters actually also dissatisfied with their
Hey, man, these people, the Democratic Party is a machine to turn reasonable socialists into Brianna Joy Gray, man. It is so difficult to not look at this and not see the contempt that they hold you in and go I'm completely I'm allowing.
Dude, if the Democratic Party was a bunch of elitist snob technocrats trying to build a better society through good policy, I could get down with that. The problem is I hate the base, and I want to be able open about that, right? If you're some boot-licking, window-licking communist, I want to be able to say, you're a boot-licking, window-licking communist, shut up and just click the box, dummy. I want to be able to say that. And I don't think that would be popular, trying to be a Democratic political representative. If you just said, yeah, you guys are too stupid to craft good policy, so shut up and let me do it. I don't think that's a winning message. But, I mean, if the Democratic Party embraced that, then, maybe. That's what Republicans used to do. Republicans used to say, hey, you guys are a bunch of plebs. We're the smart ones. Let us craft the policy. We got it. We'll give you a tax break. Shut up. That was Republican policy, and I loved it.
Cynicism to take over, like the symbiote over Spider-Man's suit. I'm going to, my new political position is, my new pronouns are /Democrats. I'm not voting in any election. If Trump wins a third term, it'll be funny. That's my position, and we deserve it because, you know, we allowed the Democrats to metastasize to the point where Trump could win a third term. That's why, like, it's so difficult, but you got to remember, for one, you have to temper your own emotions, but you also have to remember these Democrats, Rahm Emanuel, Hakeem Jeffries, whatever, they hate you more than the Republicans do. The Republicans find you.
I mean, I hate you. It's true. Again, I like Vaush. I think Vaush is funny, but I think he's lazy. His content has started to suck. It's probably sucked for a while now. And it's haphazard commentary that he barely researches. And by the way, it's black pill. What is the motivating factor for the midterms, okay? We're facing... I'm going to tell you something that pisses me off. This is the most inspired I'll be all stream because Vaush fucking sucks nowadays. But... So he's telling him that the corporate Democrats hate you more than the Republicans do. He's telling him that the Democrats are just fleecing them for their votes. They're never going to take care of you. They're never going to help you. But meanwhile, we actually have the strongest argument for a normie Californian Kamala Harris presidency that we've ever had, which is 14 million people are being killed by USAID cuts and also PEPFAR cuts. We are spending more money than ever, despite Republicans talking about fiscal conservatism. We are unapologetically supporting Israel and borderline volunteering to assist them with their ethnic cleansing. What's the other thing that... we're fucking with the economy in such ways that we're destroying tons of small businesses that are in turn affecting petite bourgeois and proletarian families. I'm trying to think of what else, but like there's an endless cascade of reasons to say that Kamala Harris would have been less destructive to the... the Mexicans. We're doing mass deportations that are hurting the proletariat. And not just that, we're incarcerating them without due process in gulags in Central America and in Florida. This is the strongest arguments that you've had for why the milquetoast Democrat is better than the MAGA Republicans ever. And how does Vaush express this? The Democrats hate you and they suck. He can feel that way. I just think it's incredibly stupid. Aren't we supposed to be getting people ginned up for the midterms? Aren't we supposed to be getting them ready, being like, yeah, fuck the Republicans, fuck the Republicans. They're going crazy. There's no Republicans left. They're all MAGA cultists. They're all losing their minds. We need to get ready. We need to get ready to vote. We need to get ready to vote. We need to get these guys out. They're doing untold damage to America. And Vaush is like, Rahm Emanuel hates you. Thanks, Vaush. Thanks. I'm happy we're on the same team. Because we're not.
I think that your opposition is amusing, but for the most part, they just think it's a fun game to get away with as much as they can. The Democrats despise you. They despise you.
Oh, man, this is... what message will resonate with voters? Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing and violating civil rights. Therefore, milquetoast Democrats are better than Donald Trump. Or Vaush, that's my message. Or Vaush's message. The Democrats despise you. Nice. Nice, Vaush.
More than you could imagine. They are so contemptuous. Not all of them, but key players like Rahm Emanuel. You know what I saw recently? A big
hashtag not all
protege of Schumer, Anthony Weiner, the guy who got ousted from Congress because of a sexting scandal, then went on to have another sexting scandal, then went on to have found to have sexted a minor. That Anthony Weiner, he did a Adam Friedland show, which I've watched through. And one thing which I recommend you watch, I recommend you watch that specific episode with Mr. Weiner and Mr. Friedland, because seeing a disgraced former protege of Schumer, it's really, really obvious one thing, how much contempt he holds for the audience of the show. Not because it's Friedland's audience, but because it's an audience of voters. It's so like, who has watched that episode and agrees with me? Mr. Weiner held the viewers of that episode in obscene contempt, like the poison dripping from his mouth with every word. He thought little of their intelligence, of their motivations, of their interests. And I don't think it was because he's a disgraced, former, Democratic upper, former protege of Schumer. I think it's because he was taught that by Schumer. I think Schumer would be like that too. I think Schumer would be like that if he was cut out of the political game and was just doing a podcast circuit. They hate you more than you could imagine. They despise you. Rahm Emanuel despises you. Okay, you could have a beer. You could go play games with somebody like Hannity. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. It's a job to him. He might hate you in like a broad abstract way, but interpersonally.
Oh man, the Republicans are nicer than Corpo Dems. Let's see how this resonates with the audience.
You know, he's just here to be evil and have fun, okay? Hannity, Tucker, Trump. This isn't the case with all Republicans, by the way. I don't think you could have a beer with Stephen Miller, with Carolyn Levitt, maybe with Lutnick. But with people like Rahm Emanuel, and pardon me for holding them to a higher standard, okay? You could not with these people. They hate you. They hate you, and they hate Mamdani. They hate Mamdani because he's a representation of the fact that you can get ahead in this game without turning into a hollow, soulless void.
Two other points I would make that I think are relevant.
By the way, Mamdani is a fucking actor. Like, I hate to say this, but Mamdani, like, he is charismatic. He is funny. But Mamdani is like the multi-millionaire son of like two immigrants who came in and sent him to private school for $60,000 a year throughout his entire life, got out, became like a skit YouTuber and actor and rapper, and then ran in far left politics. Mamdani is not some like bootstraps working class savior. He's a fucking theater kid. Mamdani parents. Sorry. Let's go here. The parents who helped shape Zoran Mamdani's politics: Mahmoud Mamdani and Mira Nair. Yeah, let's check out he born in 91, dude. This guy's like 3 or 4 years younger than me. So Mamdani was born in 1991 in Kampala, Uganda, the only child of filmmaker Mira Noir and the post-colonial academic Mahmoud Mamdani. So he's the son, the only child of a post-colonialism sociological professor, Mahmoud Mamdani, and a filmmaker. He was given his middle name Kwame by his father in honor of Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana. Both his parents are of Indian descent. His mother is a Punjabi Hindu who was born in Rukela and raised in Bhubaneswar. And his father is Gujarati Muslim who was born in Bombay and grew up primarily in Uganda. And by the way, Gujarat, that's where a lot of rich immigrants are from. They have a good tech sector in that area. His paternal grandparents were born in present-day Tanzania, and his father's family was part of the Indian diaspora in Southeast Asia, which, by the way, huge balls on Indians moving into Africa for economic opportunities. Honestly, like that's kind of crazy. Mamdani lived in Kampala until he was 5 when his family moved to Cape Town, South Africa, in South Africa's Western Province. He attended St. George's Grammar School in Mowbray, while his father taught African studies at the University of Cape Town. The family then moved to America, settling in New York City when Mamdani was 7, and he was raised in Morningside Heights. He was described his upbringing as privileged, saying, I never had to want for something, and yet I knew that was not in any way the reality for most New Yorkers. Mamdani attended the Bank Street School for Children on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, where he successfully ran as the independent candidate in a middle school mock election, adopting a platform of equal rights, anti-war that proposed spending money on education rather than the military. In 2003, he lived and attended in Kampala for a year when his father was on sabbatical there. His father was working on the book Good Muslim, Bad Muslim, which I would actually like to read, and Mamdani's paternal grandparents and aunt helped care for him. Mamdani graduated from the Bronx High School of Science in Kingsbridge Heights, where he unsuccessfully ran for student body vice president. Mamdani then attended Bowdoin College in Brunswick, Maine, where he co-founded the school's chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine. He graduated in 2014 with a bachelor's in African Studies. So he's the sociological bachelor's having nerd of a sociological professor and a filmmaker. Like, I'm just going to check out his mom real quick. I'm not going to take a look at it. I just want to get a vibe. I want to get a vibe for how rich his mom is. Indian American filmmaker. She did Kama Sutra, A Tale of Love, Mississippi Masala, The Namesake, The Golden Lion winning Monsoon Wedding, and Salam Bombay, which received nominations for the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film and BAFTA Award for Best Film Not in the English Language. So I have, I don't know. She's successful. I don't know how successful, Mira Nair net worth. It's not publicly listed, so they do well. They're not multi-millionaires, but they were able to live in Manhattan, which means that they're millionaires, right? They're rich, but they're not that rich. You know what I'm saying? All right. Anyways, the whole point of that is that Zoltan is not some working class champion. He's a theater kid raised by progressive parents, and God bless him. You know, God bless the theater kids. Okay. Now, when it comes to Vaush, his content is so lazy, and he's throwing red meat to his audience. So instead of then getting them ready for what's coming in the midterms, and I don't know, throwing out a fascist regime at the ballot box so you don't have to do it with guns, he's bitching about corpo Democrats. Awesome, Vaush. Thank you.
Relevant in this case. One of the things that your poll also showed is that nobody wants an untethered, unhinged Donald Trump, which is why the message should be about a rubber stamp Republican Congress, because they want a check.
That's great. Okay, that's enough. No, I can't stand over and over and over again listening to political being talked down to and provided political advice from people who just keep losing. Like over and over, they just keep embarrassingly losing, like the most unpopular the party's ever been. And I have to sit here and listen to these people condescend to me. No idea what they're doing. Or, well, more likely they know what they're doing isn't effective, but it doesn't matter. Has he been drinking? No, Rahm Emanuel.
Oh, you love the sweeping. LB is like, everybody knows this. Why are you attacking him on this? And then all the comments around LB are like, wow, I never knew this. Thanks for sharing.
Bill just talks like that. Blind faith to checks and balances is gone. But it doesn't matter because they don't care. They don't care. Got to get worse before it gets better.
All right. Anyways, that wraps up the Vaush segment. So what do I have to say about Vaush? I'm disappointed. I'm just gonna say it like it is. I'm disappointed. The Vaush that I knew, I miss the old Vaush. Okay, take the Kanye West song where it's like I miss the old Ye and put new lyrics to it with Vaush. You know who I miss? I miss the Vaush who was a take all comers debater, who had schizo Discord debates, who did call-ins, who found crazy right wingers and fought them, who was a passionate articulator of systemic racism in an interesting and insightful way, who was a passionate articulator of intersectionality and socialism in an insightful and intelligent way. I miss the anti-Fortress Arc Vaush. I miss the Vaush that wasn't a pussy. I'm just going to be real. And so watching his fall from grace, which, by the way, I just stopped engaging with his content because I saw him effectively back away from the content that I was interested in. But watching him back away from the content that I was interested in and then become a fashion bro, lazy, React Andy streamer who half-ass reads headlines, gets himself pissed off, goes on a crazy hyperbolic rant, then gets confused, and then posts that as content, that's fucking embarrassing. That's sad. This is the downfall of Vaush. What a fucking sad state of affairs. This is your champion. This is your hero. That sucks. Anyways, let's yap with chat for a minute before we get back into it. Sick. Want to get a beer or a sandwich? All right, checking in with chat. Thomas Martinson says she's not a millionaire from it or anything. I don't know if that's sarcastic. Do not redeem the card. I won't. We threw out a fascist regime in 2024. That's cute, old school. You're cute. LB says, what was the point? That he's a rich kid with integrity? We don't know if he's integrity. He could be a very good actor. Vaush has won 0 elections, by the way. True. eDreamcast is like the stream. Cool. Yeah, good point. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. There's lots of really funny people who like to piss me off. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, and I'm trying to think of what else. But I do want to thank, we did have a really strong morning. Thank you, Philip Coffee. Thank you, Vlad. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, JL. And thank you, Grassroots, again for your super chats. Much appreciated. You mean you miss Irish Laddie? Yep. Yep. Rip to Irish Laddie. Rip to Irish Laddie. Casey says, yeah, imagine working for the Dems and having this dude as your ally. Fuck my existence, bro. These dudes don't pay me enough for real. Yeah. Seriously. Water being agua. That was so bad, bro. That was so bad. This is so bad. Light of Exer said, do not redeem. Do not redeem it. Oh, okay. It took me a while. I get it. You're making Indian memes. Biggest thing I respected about Vaush was that he was instantly pro-Biden after Bernie dropped out in 2020. Doubt he'd do that again now. No, he's got to cater to increasingly schizophrenic, black-pilled fucking libertarian lefties. That's actually what's so sad about it, is that, so there's this thing. It's like a gilded cage. Gilded cage is this concept of like birds are trapped, but they can live in a very beautiful environment, like domesticated birds. And I feel like Lauren was in a gilded cage. I feel like Vaush is in a gilded cage. I think Hassan is in a gilded cage, where effectively they can't be themselves. They can't just like do whatever they want to do, because they'll lose their audience if they do whatever they want to do. And so my frustration with Vaush is he's obviously intelligent. He obviously is good at rhetoric, but he's gotten fucking lazy and he got into his hug box and now he's stuck in a gilded cage of his own creation. Sad. Why doesn't he save enough money in order to do what he really wants to do? If he became a fashion channel, I would find that embarrassing and cringe, considering he's supposed to be like an avowed socialist, fighting, raging against the dying of the light in our failing republic. So if he's like, you know what? I don't like this politics stuff anymore. I'm going to go look at clothes. I think that would be cringe as hell. However, you know, the other option is, I don't know, stop being a pussy and get out of the fortress. That's the other option. Whatever says you print your own figurines. No. Can you guys hear the 3D printing sounds? If you could hear the 3D printing sounds, you should have said something, because I could probably mute that. But no, I'm 3D printing gun components right now. Lol. Fashion 40 says, Connor, my birthday is tomorrow. Have a beer for me. Okay, cool. I'll sing you happy birthday. I'll be live tomorrow, so I'll sing you happy birthday tomorrow. Dude Man Sue says, gosh darn, the Vaush Hassan grift is so bad, lol. I used to admit Vaush posting on Facebook, and now I hate this motherfucker. He's not beating the overly privileged Beverly Hills kid allegations. Yeah, he got comfortable and he got lazy. He got comfortable and he got lazy. Don't forget to rally the grill hottest to like the stream. Yes, please like the stream. Casey says, once I left VGG, Vaush fell off for real. It's Casey's fault. Starhawk says, oh, well, LB plays the race card reflexively. Who would have guessed? I haven't said any shit yet. Jack Darko says, I miss the old Vaush. The Vaush, straight out of the go. Yeah, straight the I miss the old Vaush, straight out the go Vaush. Chop up the soul Vaush. Set on his goals Vaush. Yeah, straight up. LB says, we cut Vaush off after the lolly porn. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Only you're watching the lolly porn guy. Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm going to embarrass the fuck out of you. Let's take a look at it. Let's go to Kyle Kulinski, okay? Your favorite lefty, who we might actually we might start watching Kyle Kulinski streams just because he might actually be saying something instead of Vaush's haphazard, you know, meandering. Kyle Kulinski, let's check his latest stats. So Kyle got 72, 37, 43, 110, 166, 42, 69. So he's respectfully hitting around 100K, which is good. You know, that's an okay channel. That's okay, healthy. He's routinely hitting 100K. Now he does have 2 million subs. So the sub to audience participation is not that great, but this is enough that he can make a decent living. This is enough. He's hitting decent enough metrics that he can, there's a few that drop off like 30K, 20K, etc., which probably is not great, but he breaks into the 200s every now and then, and he has 100. And then if I go to Vaush, you guys keep saying like creators are dead, but then their stats are fine. You don't know what you're talking about. Vaush, 143, 55, 85, 200, 101, 100, 140, 100, 100, 100, 100, 60, 100, 100, 100, 70, 120, 90, 111, 120, 120, 90, 300. Dude, Vaush is annihilating Kyle Kulinski. You're saying that you're not watching him. Everybody else is. And by the way, he's got 500K subs. So 20% of his subs routinely check out his content. That's a healthy channel. Vaush has a healthy channel. You're coping, LB. Kyle has an infinitely less healthy channel. Bud123 says, I hate Kyle Kulinski. He's a resistance liberal that refuses to think or use his brain. Based. Wow Man says, another way to think about it is golden handcuffs for people who work unfulfilling but high-paying work who sacrifice their authenticity for financial security. What's weird, I think, is that like Vaush and Hassan are being weirdly authentic within the ideological niche that they chose, but they can't break out of it. So, for instance, I think that Vaush and Hassan probably believe 70 to 80% of the things they say. However, I think that that remaining 10 to 20% is important and probably makes their content actually authentic, and they avoid it because they know they would have to fight their audience. I fight my audience every day. Sacred Snows, and it's exhausting, by the way. Half of online socialism is edging over commie aesthetics, apparently. Whatever says, can't hear the printer, just curious. Okay, yeah, sure. I don't really print miniatures that much. I do have a resin printer, but I haven't used it because I don't want the toxic fumes. Old School says, Connor, I have a 3D printing blueprints for a Dune ornithopter. Can I hire you to make them, and how much? No, because I'm not. I would say yes, and then I would print it, and then it would sit there, and you would remind me weekly to send it to you via mail, and then I would just never do it. So yes in spirit, no in actuality. Son Patty says, Connor has always had pretty good audio. The peak was he rages is absolutely Kino. True. Rob says, where's Kyle from? He has been kind of a Nebraska Steve arc over the last 6 months and Twitter bangers based. Kyle is a moron, has no idea how to read polls. All right. You guys are being mean. Mean. You guys are mean. Randy Chang says, I'm also curious about the age demo of the Girl Hottest crowd. I think we're probably like late 20s, early 30s with a healthy chunk of 40-year-olds. But I do think that we do get a few young people too. So I would say probably 60% millennial, 40% Zoomer, I would assume, and probably lean on the older Zoomer side. AKA Badasui says, when they say Vaush channel is dead, they're referring to them not having much growth in 2 years. Yeah, for subs, but he still has a healthy base. Fashion 40 says, gotta bounce, have a great stream. Appreciate you, brother. Have a great one. Wowman 542 says, I don't know, Connor. I generally think if Hassan's whole audience stopped cheering for his anti-capitalist rants, he'd go 100% clout-centered content. Maybe. Maybe. I think he's still lefty in his soul of souls, though. All right. So we have an option. We got options. So we can do Hunter Biden. That'll be ones. Or we can do the most recent Anna Kasparian crash out on Piers Morgan. So ones in chat if you want to watch Hunter Biden, which I think is going to be like, you guys are going to want to do it, but it's probably going to be dry and boring. And then we're just going to fight about how big of a piece of shit he is the entire time. I think that Anna Kasparian would probably be better live metrics. Like we would get more people to come into the channel and hang out. However, I also think that Anna's kind of a tool at this point. So it would probably be bad content. And the title of it is Unbelievably Evil. Israel Unleashes Barbarity in Gaza. Dave Smith on Druze in Syria. And Anna Kasparian has a wide open mouth, a comically large mouth. So hold on. I'm actually going to count it because it looks like we're pretty evenly split down the middle right now. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 ones. And then I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 twos. And then we got 2 more ones. And then we got 2 more twos. and then we got a 7. Yeah. We're literally split down the middle. Can the ones stay as long as I promise to do the Biden content this week? Can I do the Anna Kasparian content? Because I think it's going to be better for a live audience. One was Biden, 2 was Anna. So can we do Anna just because I think it's going to be better content, but I promise I'll do Biden tomorrow. Is that okay? Okay, we got some more 2s as well. All right. Listen, the Anna thing is going to hurt. Okay, listen, it's going to psychologically hurt, but it's going to be better content. This is the way that I feel about it. If we watch Hunter Biden, what's going to happen is there's going to be long things of just dry, descriptive interview, biographical bullshit. And then I'm just going to be fighting chat every 5 to 10 minutes about whether or not he's a piece of shit. And then we're going to get into the actual spicy stuff where he talks about his accused corruption. And then we're going to fight even harder. And then that's going to be the segment, which it's not a bad segment, but it's not timely. You know what I'm saying? That segment is going to be there tomorrow. It's going to be there the next day, because that's mostly like an inter-grill hottest fight, right? You guys are, a healthy chunk of you guys are liberal. I'm obviously quote unquote capital L liberal, but I think I'm center right. I think I'm more neocon, and I'm a strong critic of Hunter Biden. So it's just going to be a beef between me and my audience. Whereas I feel like the Aoc Kasparian stuff is going to have some relevance outside of our audience, right? I think I need to rewatch the Hunter, or I need to pre-watch the Hunter segment so I can skip to the good stuff, right? We're going to find out how awesome crack is. True. Jack Darko says, but Hunter talks about PEPFAR. I mean, that's cool, but you guys already know my take on it. Rob says, here's how to do the Hunter segment. Battle of the Silver Spoons. Who is a bigger piece of shit, Hunter or Don Jr.? It's going to be Don Jr. all day. Yeah. Unbased Hunter cock gazing. Yeah, it's shit like that that's going to throw me over the edge. All right. Bro, you probably haven't even tried crack. Don't be so judgmental. All right. I'm about to crash out, and you guys are just talking about how I'm going to crash out during that segment. So let's crash out tomorrow, okay? Can we crash out tomorrow? We're going to crash out tomorrow. Let's do the Anna segment. Oh,
I can't defend it. Okay, can you defend it? Hand on heart, with all these Palestinians being slaughtered?
I laud and applaud them every day who have set a standard that will be virtually impossible for any Western country to match in a future war. This is a genocide that could be alleged genocide that could be stopped at any point should the Hamas government decide to release the hostages.
All right.
I can't.
Let's do it. Oh, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. All right. Let me change the title. Vaush versus AOC and Socialist Mayor. And then let's do Aoc Kasparian, Israel, crash out. Let's change the title. And it's not whether or not we're going to have other good content. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still think Digital Gnosis will be a good segment. I still think the Hunter Biden will be a good segment. I just want to go with what's popping. Yep. I know. I'm sorry for lying to you. All right. Don't worry. We'll watch the preview. Let me do the intro. All right. Hi, guys. Sorry. I almost did my other intro. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like breaking down alternative media and the political debates of the day. Today, we got Aoc Kasparian crashing out on the Piers Morgan panel in reference to Israel. I'm going to let the intro play. I'm going to skip ahead to the panel debate. We're going to break it down every few minutes. Let's go.
I can't defend it. Okay, can you defend it? Hand on heart, with all these Palestinians being slaughtered?
I laud and applaud them every day who have set a standard that will be virtually impossible for any Western country to match in a future war. This is a genocide that could be alleged genocide that could be stopped at any point should the Hamas government decide to release the hostages.
To be proud of slaughtering 20,000 children, this is not human. I'm really sorry. Only the Nazis spoke like this.
Dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day, as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not gonna let you filibuster, bitch. I find it so unbelievably evil.
Is Israel justified in defending the Druze in Syria?
Oh, absolutely not. And I don't believe for a second that they are. We're really supposed to believe that that's what's motivating them, yet we've seen 1,000 times more footage coming right next door in Gaza, and that hasn't motivated them to stop.
The UK's Foreign Secretary has described the current scenes in Gaza as sickening. 28 countries yesterday condemned Israel's, quote, horrifying attacks on Palestinians queuing for food. Pope Leo is demanding a ceasefire, expressing sorrow at what he calls barbarity. Far from finalizing a ceasefire, Israel has launched a massive new air and ground offensive on central Gaza, and every day more Gazans are being killed as they try to get food and water. 21 died in a crush on Friday. 39 were killed in gunfire near aid sites on Saturday. 67 were killed in gunfire as they waited for UN aid trucks on Sunday. Fewer than a quarter of Americans now say that Israel's actions are fully justified. 74% of Israelis told a recent poll they support a ceasefire which returns the hostages. Well, later on, we'll tackle the vexed debate about when a war becomes a genocide with Dave Smith. We'll begin with a simple question. How can Benjamin Netanyahu be stopped? Joining me is executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Aoc Kasparian, the PragerU commentator and pro-Israel activist, Shabbos Kestenbaum, and the journalist and commentator for Haaretz, Gideon Levy. Well, welcome to all of you. Aoc Kasparian, I mean, it's an important question, isn't it? As most of the world now watches in ongoing horror of what is happening in Gaza, which seems to have just gone way beyond any defensible proportionality to the events of October the 7th, horrendous though those were. But who is going to stop Netanyahu? It doesn't appear that President Trump is minded to do that. And if the Americans don't, I don't know who can.
Well, you do make a great point here, Piers Morgan, and it's the same point that I actually made on this very program not too long ago. The only person who has the ability to use his leverage to get Netanyahu to act differently is President Donald Trump. And for whatever reason, he seems ready and willing to supply arms to Israel, get dog-walked by the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. And quite frankly, not only is his actions and his enabling of these actions and this genocide in Gaza shameful for the American people, since we're being forced to fund it and pay for it, it's also embarrassing for the American people. We'd like to live in a sovereign country that has a government that represents the best interests of the American people. Instead, Donald Trump, along with other government officials, are facilitating the theft of our taxpayer money to buy bombs and other weapons that terrorize, slaughter, and maim innocent people, women and children in Gaza. It's unacceptable.
I appreciate her not screaming in her opening. I do want to address a chat real quick, which is, did you finally inmate me, Connor? And then you say, I'll take that as a no, laugh my ass off. Yeah, I mean, if you're asking if I banned or suspended you, no. All right. Casey says, I fucking hate Shabbos, dude, betrayed the Dems for Trump. Fuck that guy. Well, dude, this is the thing that I wanted to point out in the opening, is that I want to pick on Cenk Uygur real quick, where he's like, we defeated the establishment. So, you know, when Trump won, as much as a Republican won, I'm actually hopeful, because I'm really hoping that the populist right and the populist left can come together on some policies. And it's like, yeah, how do you feel about that now? You know, like, I hate to rub salt in a wound, but this whole like left-wing, right-wing horseshoe theory where you think you guys are going to come together, nah. You're going to come together for some of the stupidest projects in American politics, and then you're going to snap when it comes to things that are morally important. And I'm hoping that Aoc Kasparian, and I'm hoping that Cenk Uygur, the people who have tried to close the horseshoe, I hope that they realize how much they were wrong to hope that Donald Trump would somehow be a vehicle for their success.
Okay, Shabbos Kestenbaum, I find it really difficult to see how any Israeli or Jew, frankly, around the world thinks that anything that's now happening in Gaza is going to make it more secure to be an Israeli or Jew. Because all I can see is the opposite happening, that there's just increasing rage, particularly in the Arab world, but also in the wider world. We're seeing it now with many, many allies of Israel. You know, I defended Israel's right to defend itself for a long time, and got attacked for it all the time by people supportive of the Palestinian position. But I can't defend it now. Can you defend it? Can you honestly, hand on heart, defend what is happening on a daily basis with all these Palestinians being slaughtered at food sites? And don't just say it's all Hamas, because it's not.
Sure. So let's be clear. I do not defend the Israel Defense Forces. I laud and applaud them every day who have set a standard that will be.
Uh-oh. We're gonna have to fact check this, bro.
Virtually impossible for any Western country to match in a future war. In a dense urban environment, Israel has one of the lowest combatant to civilian ratios of modern warfare. Israel has actually given more aid into Gaza than pre-October 7th. This is a genocide that could be alleged genocide that could be stopped at any point should the Hamas government decide to release the hostages and surrender. This point has been made very clear by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. This has been made clear by Benny Gantz. This has been made clear by Gideon Sa'ar. This war can end the minute Hamas surrenders and returns the hostages. In fact, there's a ceasefire deal on the table right now that Adam Bowler, who's the U.S. envoy for hostages, and Steve Witkoff have repeatedly offered to Hamas. That deal is on the table and has been on the table for the last 2 weeks. The only party that has rejected that ceasefire is Hamas. So if you truly want the killing to stop, if you truly want the war to end, if you truly want there to be a ceasefire, then you would use your platform. We would use campus activists to immediately put pressure on Hamas to surrender. The pressure should not be on Israel. Israel is engaging in a defensive war. I am proud of what Israel has done. Certainly, innocent civilians are being killed, which is a tragedy. But we do not judge the efficacy, the validity, or the justification on a war on.
So hold on. So we're actually, you guys can get pissed off, and that's totally fine. But what I want to show you right here is that if you look at your screens, the civilian casualty ratio in AI summary shows that it's pretty typical. There's one source that says that 90% of casualties will be civilians in urban warfare. However, it actually shows that the Battle of Mosul was 2-1. Hasled, which is Israel, is 2-1. Or approximately 1,400 to 1,500 Palestinians were killed, with around 50% reported as civilians. So that's 1-1. Protective Edge is 1-1. And right now we're dealing with 2-1. And then the Lebanon war, the siege of Beirut, was 6-1, but there were atrocities in there. So Iraq and Syria, 2017 to 2018, what would this be? Like ISIS or something, or counter jihadist warfare? 7,000 civilian casualties, accounting for 80% of all civilian loss of life. Okay, so I actually want to do civilian death ratio Hue City, because that was one of the most urban conflicts in the Vietnam War. So figures for Viet Cong losses were around 1,000 to 5,000. And then the civilians were around 6,000. So that's almost 1-1. And then civilian death ratio. We could do World War II. That would be funny. World War II. 70% of all deaths were civilians. So that's like 2-1, 3-1. So that's a World War II style casualty stat. And then, sorry, I'm going to check out one more. Civilian death ratio. Fallujah. In Fallujah during the battle, April to 24, estimates place civilian deaths at approximately 600, with an estimate of 200 insurgents killed. That's 2-1, 3-1. And that was the first operation. Then around 1,000 during the second battle. And then 1,200 insurgents killed. So that was 1-1. And by the way, for this casualty stat of 1-1, we had 6 months of preparation. So Israel's operations. This is where I get sorry. I'm gonna have to call out LB a little bit. So LB and a lot of other people are just screaming genocide, 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 genocide. Okay. However, based off of current stats, if we have 60,000 dead, 20,000 of whom are estimated to be combatants, and we have a 2-1 civilian death ratio, that's in line with World War II. It's a little bit higher than Hue City. It's a little bit higher than Fallujah, but Fallujah had 6 months of preparation first, where we literally hit the city with pamphlets saying, if you're a civilian, get out. If you're a civilian, get out. We're coming in. We're going to fight everybody. We're going to kill everybody. If you're a civilian, you need to get out. So that's what I'm saying is, like, you can say, well, in Fallujah, we had a 1-to-1 civilian combatant ratio, but that was with 6 months of prep. So yeah, sorry, genocide's not working for me. I'm not going to lie. We can say it's fucking horrific without saying it's a genocide.
How many civilians are being killed? That is not how you judge a war. No war has ever been judged. In the Korean War, 3 million civilians were killed.
True. We wiped out 25% of the North Korean population with aerial bombardment campaigns, which was horrific, by the way.
Iraq, more than 500,000 civilians were killed. In the Syrian civil war, 300,000 civilians were killed. Civilian death is always a terrible thing, but is a consequence.
Can you name me? All right, Shadows. Can you name me? Name me a recent war since World War II where the proportion of children in civilian deaths has been this high. Can you just give me one?
I just did.
So okay. The way that I feel like this is disanalogous. I'm sorry that I'm doing some Zion sweeping today. I know my Palestinian sympathetic friends are going to be pissed, but here's the thing. Like, what is it? 2/3 of Gaza's population is under the age of 18. Half of their population is under the age of 18. How many of Gaza's population is children or under 18? Children are half of Gaza's population. That's going to happen. That's like a weirdly high stat. How much of the United States is under 18? For comparison, we are at a quarter. So you can say, like, oh yeah, that's super fucked up. A bunch of people under the age of 18 are getting killed. And I agree with you. It is super fucked up. War's fucked up in general. However, Gaza has double the percentage of children compared to a Western developed nation.
Yeah, the Syrian civil war, the Korean war, the Vietnam war, any battle in Iraq, whether
you believe the proportion of children to civilians killed was higher than it is right now in Gaza?
I just told you all of those wars, and you can fact check me all you would like. The reality is, and this is why you have John Spencer on repeatedly from West Point, Israel has one of the lowest combatant to civilian ratios in modern warfare. They're operating in a dense.
Yeah, but I've also had lots of military people who don't agree with it.
Where's your decency, man? Where is your decency?
Facts don't care about your feelings, Anna.
Seriously, where is your decency? Do you not see the videos? Do you not see the starving children? 19 kids.
Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon.
Died of starvation over the last 48 hours. Where is your decency? I get that you're Jewish. I get that this is about your identity. I get that you want to defend your people. But sometimes you can't defend the indefensible. How many people need to die for you to be pleased with this slaughter campaign that's currently going on? How many? Tell me. When is it enough for you? And no one is buying the lie that that the genocide would end if Hamas releases the hostages. I'm not going to believe for a second that Israel gives a damn about the hostages, because they've been bombing the Gaza Strip. They've been blocking humanitarian aid from entering the Gaza Strip. That not only impacts Palestinians who are being slaughtered by Israel, but it also obviously is going to impact the hostages. No one is buying this dog and pony show, okay? It's so obvious what Israel is doing here. They're even bombing Syria because they allegedly care about the Druze. It's not about the Druze. By the way, that Syrian civil war, Israel was part of that proxy war that you have Israel part of, the United States part of, Turkey a part of. All sorts of countries were involved in that proxy war.
And?
It was absolutely horrific. And now, of course, Israel is taking full advantage of the situation to annex more land from Syria again. But anyway, continue. Tell me where your human decency is.
Okay. Just so this doesn't become the Israel simping hour, I think I've already made this clear before. I think that Gaza should be rebuilt. Effectively, there was, what do you call them? I forget what you call them, but they're basically like the combat engineer Iraq operations. So combat engineers, in a way, in an attempt to gain local support, combat engineers would go do EOD operations, all that kind of stuff. But they would also build bridges, build schools, and all that kind of stuff. So what would happen was a bunch of Americans would show up, and they would be in armor, in uniform, and they would like build schools and shit. They would build water treatment facilities. And so effectively, they were just doing civilian operations where they were building military installations and building schools. And so effectively, this is exactly what I would do in Gaza is I would close out a territory. I would make it so nobody was allowed in. I would build the perfect suburb with water, power, electricity, schools, colleges, a commercial district, etc. And then I would vet the Gazans and allow a corresponding, let's say that we let's say that we vetted 10% of the Gazan population and we built back 10% of the Gazan territory. You would let 200,000 people in, and then you would let them have a normal life and participate in a normal life and, you know, live in a nice house and go to school and do X, Y, Z, ABC. Is it going to be perfect? No. Are there going to be stabbings? Yes. Are there going to be shootings? Yes. Are there going to be suicide attacks? Yes. But that's better than just keeping 2 million people in squalor, in tents, letting them die of preventable disease, and then also just waiting for them to attack you again. So, and then slowly, 2%, 5%, 10% at a time, build and move the people back in so you can prove to them, we're not here to take your shit. We're here to basically say, let's get some peace, right? Let's get some peace. And if you did that, I would actually view that as like a pretty noble venture. Whereas if you just keep them in tents and just keep bombing them whenever they attack you, and you give them barely enough food to survive, and then people are dying of camp-related disease, like bad water and what's like the diseases that are common in a camp. Common diseases in a military camp, 19th century. Typhoid, malaria, dysentery, cholera, pneumonia, influenza. Yeah, if you just keep Palestinians in these kinds of conditions, yeah, I think you're a fucking asshole. Let's continue.
I have to say, as someone who grew up on the far left, actually watching you, Anna, and Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks, it's very, very sad for me personally to see just how far gone politically you have become.
I don't care.
Audible discharge is not, excuse me, stop interrupting. Audible discharge is not a usurpation of a coherent argument. You simply saying that I'm using my Jewish identity.
Audible discharge. He's saying you just pooped out of your mouth, but that's not a coherent argument. Nice.
This has nothing to do with my Jewish identity. It has to do with politics.
It is
has
about
to do
your
with
Jewish
war.
identity.
It has to do,
Literally,
okay,
everyone in the international community sees this for what it is, and you can't? You can't? How many people need to die?
You know, again, you are double my age. I encourage you to use the decorum of a 7-year-old and stop interrupting. You interrupt every other guest. Kindly just shut up.
No.
Now, here's the issue.
I don't care about decorum when we're talking about endless
all right, but you must let him answer.
That we're paying for.
All right, but Anna, look, you must let him answer.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, this question of how many civilians? No one asked that question in World War I. No one asked that question in World War II. No one asked that question in the Korean War. No one asked that question in the Vietnam War. No one asked that question in Iraq and Afghanistan, because
I think they asked it plenty in Iraq and Afghanistan, by the way.
You do not judge the efficacy, the validity, or the justification of a war depending on how many civilians are killed. If you truly want to end the killing of civilians, then I would urge you to use your platform and use the Young Turks to advocate for a ceasefire, the expurgation, the dismantlement of Hamas.
Don't tell me what to use the Young Turks for.
All right, let me go. All right, let me go to Gideon.
Give a voice to the voiceless,
hang on.
the powerless.
Okay.
Not the people who have all the power in the world and use it to slaughter innocent people.
Okay, let me.
Floki says, I was a combat engineer in Iraq. We didn't build those things. Well, sucks to suck. Maybe the cool ones did. Horizontal and vertical engineers did that. Combat engineers were fully on route clearance, anti-IED. What years, Floki? What years?
Come to Gideon. Be waiting. Let me come to Gideon, please.
Andy B says, I was a combat engineer. We worked with horizontal and vertical engineers. My battalion did 800 miles of road in Iraq. Based. Paul says, and build a McDonald's and a Pizza Hut. Yes. Bud123 says they don't want to rebuild any part of Gaza because they don't want them on Israel's borders. Otherwise, it would not be a Jewish state. What? They don't want to rebuild any part of Gaza because they don't want them in Israel's borders. Otherwise, it would not be a Jewish state. 20% of Israel is Palestinian Muslim, so that already doesn't make sense. And then not just that, even if you did an ethnic cleansing and moved all the Palestinians to Libya, you would still have Arab Muslims on your borders because you're next to Jordan, you're next to Saudi Arabia, you're next to Egypt, you're next to Syria, and you're next to Lebanon. I don't think your point is a point. But anyways.
Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my
and I don't care about your commercials.
Gideon, it seems to me the problem with those like Shabbos trying to defend all this and saying how pleased they are with it all is that you've also got people like Smodrich in the Israeli government, the finance minister, one of the key members of that government, very openly talking now about a form of ethnic cleansing, where all the Palestinians, in his words, would be cleansed from Gaza. And this is clearly, it seems to me, becoming ever more obviously what the bigger plan may be here, which is that actually Israel's defense forces make it so uninhabitable, Gaza, by just blowing it all to pieces, that actually they say, well, you can't go back and live there to the Palestinians. You're going to have to all leave. And then they leave, and then Israel takes it over. I think that's exactly what people like Smodrich want, and that,
which is ethnic cleansing, by the way. Like, I understand that, like, a lot of people are like, well, shouldn't they ethnically cleanse so Israel can be safe? And I'm like, yeah, but that's ethnic cleansing, bro. Like, no, we should be able to figure out a peaceful solution where people can live side by side with some level of dignity, regardless of their religion. Now, I understand that Palestinians are part of the problem because West Coast Girl says that's not going to appease anyone, Connor. What they want is their own sovereign government. And unfortunately, that government wants to kill all Jews and wants the Jews to leave or die. Okay, well, in the famous words of some rock band that I don't remember the name of, you can't always get what you want, but sometimes, if you try, you get what you need.
is not a form of self-defense to what happened on October the 7th. It's an ethnic cleansing of a population out of their homeland. What do you say to that?
Unfortunately, the problem is not Smotrich. Unfortunately, the problem is Israeli society, which is either support.
I have a question, Floki. That makes sense when you have horizontal and vertical engineers, lol. What my question is, were those civilians or were those combat engineers? Because we worked with a shitload of contractors, obviously. So, Floki, are horizontal and vertical engineers, are they civilians or are they military folks?
Or quite passive and apathetical. Smotrich is the face of Israel, I'm afraid to say. He says loudly and in a very vulgar way things that you can understand for many, many other Israelis, maybe the majority, who sits at home, who doesn't watch anything of what's going on in Gaza, who has no interest in what's going on in Gaza, and sits, and then comes someone like our friend in the team now, who is even proud in it. Can you believe that a Jew, a human being, an American, can be proud of starvation, of mass murder, of genocide? I mean, this stage, really, here I remain speechless. I can understand if the Israeli propaganda tries to explain, to cover up, to spread lies, to talk about self-defense, to talk about killing Hamas, to talk about the fact that it's about Israel's security. But to be proud of what we are doing, to be proud of slaughtering 20,000 children, how can a human being get out those words out of his mouth? This is not human. I'm really sorry. Only the Nazis spoke like this. I repeat, only the Nazis were proud of mass killing and genocides.
We had two companies of horizontal and vertical engineers, military, who worked with the contractor sometimes. Well, no offense, Floki. No offense. So I have a strong suspicion that because the Marine Corps is fairly small, we had some combat engineers, right? But we probably referred to all engineers who were military as combat engineers. So that probably is some some like technocratic, like, so for instance, like I wouldn't get offended if somebody referred to me as a supply guy, right? But there's like a few supply guys. There's the admin guys, which is what I was. There was the warehouse guys, which was like the 51s. And then there was the like headquarters guys who were like a different MOS, but effectively they just oversaw the reporting. They were in like S1 and they oversaw the supply reporting. Now, if the S1 guy got called a supply guy, maybe he would be offended. But realistically, he just oversaw the reports coming out of supply. You know what I'm saying? So if you had horizontal and vertical engineers who were military guys who could see combat, you know, forgive me for referring to them as, in general, combat engineers.
Okay, well, Shabbos, you should respond to that.
Sure, I'm certainly not proud of mass starvation because there isn't any. I'm proud of the fact that
hang on. The IDF literally, for 3 months, starved the population in a blockade. There was no secret about that. Everybody saw it for what it was. So I'm afraid you're just not right about that. They only recently ended that blockade. So they are starving the population, which is, by the way, a war crime if you do that.
Piers, do you know how many meals the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation
had? Oh, spare me all this. It's just crap. It's like when I did a list, honestly. Shabbos, I did a list, Shabbos. I did a list. Hang on.
Meals. If you're trying to starve a population, why would you give them 85 million meals in the last month and a half?
I know. They're all overfed.
Why would you give them 85 million meals in the last month and a half?
I know. They're all
85 million is a lot, by the way, because you have to figure if that's dried stuff, if that's rice. 85 million, and they have a population of around 2 million. Divide by 2, 3 meals a day, 14 days. That's only 2 weeks, though. That's only. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we got 85 million meals divided by 2 million people. Divide by 7 days in a week. Although I guess that's days. Divided by 3 because 3 meals in a day. Yeah. So that's only like 85 million is a big number, right? Like I'm not trying to knock on the 85 million. 85 million is a shitload of food aid. I'm sure it was a shitload of bags, et cetera, et cetera. It was a lot of food. However, that's 2 weeks worth of food, and there was a blockade for 3 months. So how do you reconcile that stat? And by the way, if it seems like I waffle back and forth, it's because I think that these people have been endlessly watching videos of Palestinian teenagers getting blown apart by bombs. But I accept the counter propaganda from this guy that the civilian to combatant death ratio is approximately appropriate for modern combat. If Fallujah and Hue City had similar stats, then I think that's about normal, right? Which is gross. Obviously, people dying is horrific. But then I'm going to call out the propaganda as well, where if Gaza had a 3-month blockade and then was given 2 weeks worth of food, that's not really something to pat yourself on the back over, right? That means that you're giving them just enough to not die.
I know. Is there more aid going into Gaza post October 7th than pre October 7th? I cannot name another war.
And you know the problem, Shabbos?
The besieged population is actually receiving aid from the enemy combatants. That is what I'm proud of.
It's amazing. Look, Shabbos, here's the thing. Unfortunately, you sound like the people who have started to defend the indefensible when it comes to what Israel's government is doing. And I'll tell you why. After all these attacks on Palestinians as they're queuing up for food, the IDF says basically the same thing. Either they were firing warning shots, or they felt they were being threatened by some people, or they've launched an inquiry or an investigation, and we never get the results of any of this. But in the meantime, 1,000 people who are desperately hungry and are queuing for food, even though you say they've got plenty of food, there are thousands stampeding for the small amounts of food that they can get their hands on, even though you say they're not hungry because you've overfed them, right? All these people are just...
Yeah, which is crazy. It's crazy to keep people in conditions like this without a game plan to get them out of those conditions. That's what I find crazy.
Dropping dead. And it's got nothing to do with the fact the IDF are firing towards them, when everybody knows it does. And this is the problem when you defend the indefensible. It would have so much more credibility if the IDF just once said, you know what, we did. We shot at them. And like you said, you're very proud of everything they're doing. And if they were to proudly own this and explain why they need to shoot starving people who are stampeding for fragments of food, maybe we'd all take a lot more seriously the other claims they make. And the other point I'd make, Chavez, is when you now just tell me I'm talking nonsense and they're all overfed and no one's getting killed and it's all on Hamas. To this day, the Israeli government refuses to let any international media into Gaza. And it's not because of the quaint notion that they're worried about the safety of journalists, because they've killed over 200 Palestinian journalists. They don't care about the health and safety of journalists. And it's not their business to decide about the safety requirements of journalists. It's the business of the organizations that employ them. But until Israel's government allows foreign media into Gaza to verify its endless, in my opinion, utterly disingenuous statements, then no one should believe a word they're now saying. Because why should we? Why should we? Why should we believe anything that the Israeli government is saying about any of this when they don't want the world's media to see it? After October the 7th, what was the first thing they did? They brought the world's media into the kibbutzes to see the full horror of what Hamas did to verify the truth. But they won't apply that same thinking to verifying the truth in Gaza. And as a journalist, I know why they don't want to do that. They don't want people to see the truth. They're hiding the truth. That enables them to lie with impunity and to discount any responsibility for anything they're doing. And if I sound angry about this, it's because I'm bloody angry about it. Because it's so obvious that they don't want people to see the truth. And you can sit here and you can say till you're blue in the teeth, there's nothing going on that's wrong. There's nothing to see here. It's all on Hamas. No one's starving anyone. No one's shooting anyone in food aids. No one's.
So he's kind of bloviating, but the steel man here from the IDF perspective would be, we have to have control over the food aid distribution because, as somebody brought up in chat, there's the accusations that Hamas is effectively hoarding the food and then using that for political power, which is very common, by the way, in starvation situations. Is hoarding the food and then distributing it to the civilians or whatever so they can shore up power within the conflict. And then also the argument would be, well, tens of thousands of people stampeding you. Yeah, you can have a rifle, but if tens of thousands of people start punching you in the face simultaneously or knocking you to the ground or running you over or whatever, you can just as easily die from a stampede as you can like a shotgun. So the point would be they have to maintain control over the stampede. So, you know, I find it pretty gross and pretty repugnant, but what I would say is I give you my solution from earlier. Floki points out, oh, I know why you Marines call them all combat engineers, because it's tasked for labor. Your vertical horizontal were Seabees, which are Navy personnel, by the way. I always forget that Marines are locked at the Navy's hip. Yep.
Doing anything wrong. This is the most moral army in the world. Well, okay. So let the journalists in and we can see for ourselves just how true that all is.
So after listening to that disquisition, let me say this. You're certainly entitled to your opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. I agree with you. The Israel Foreign Ministry and the Israel Defense Forces should let journalists like yourself, Piers, not only into Gaza, but also into the Kerem Shalom border crossing. So you can see with your own eyes, the way I have seen, the more than 800 humanitarian aid trucks that were going into Gaza on a daily basis. I never once said that
why are they stampeding for food? If they're so overfed, why are they stampeding for food?
Piers, I defend you constantly. You are not an anti-Semite, obviously, but I do understand why people have trepidation coming on your show, because they allow you to speak for 5 minutes, and the moment I try to make a point, you interrupt. So if you allow me just 2 minutes to make my point, and then you can tell me why.
Just make your point.
Okay.
Just make your point. Stop crying about it.
That's a valid thing to say. It's fine. I don't want to keep interrupting people. That's fine. Go on.
I appreciate it. Let me say as follows. I agree with you. Journalists should be allowed into Gaza. I imagine, though, the Israeli position is, well, we can't allow journalists into Gaza because if the accusations from individuals like Piers Morgan or Aoc Kasparian is that we are killing journalists indiscriminately, and then journalists were to end up being killed because Gaza is an active war zone, you can imagine what that would do on the PR front. Never mind the fact that British military rule does not allow journalists into active combat zones. So what you are saying is we should apply a double standard to Israel, that they need to allow journalists into an active war zone, but no no other Western country needs to follow the same procedures. Even with that double standard, I would concede that point. I agree journalists should be allowed in.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in.
As for starvation, I never once said that people are being overfed. I never once said that what the IDF is doing inherently all the time is good. What I am saying is the IDF has taken measures that no other Western country has ever taken in modern warfare. The fact that they drop leaflets on buildings telling civilians to evacuate because there are known Hamas entities in those buildings. The fact that they have provided more aid into Gaza post-October 7th than pre-October 7th is something I'm very proud of. And if you believe that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is not doing enough,
shoot at people as they're waiting in line for humanitarian aid. Dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not going to let you filibuster, bitch. I'm not going to let you filibuster. I'm not going to let you filibuster. You guys are totally okay with IDF soldiers shooting and killing desperate people waiting for humanitarian aid. You're okay with that. I find it so unbelievably evil. Unbelievably evil. It shocks my conscience and my soul that people as evil as this exist in this world. Okay? Watching these images, looking at these videos, seeing all these kids desperate, hungry, parentless, trapped in Gaza. And you're sitting here and you're defending it. I can't stand it. I can't listen to it. The filibustering is
Then why are you there? If you can't listen to it, why are you there? And why can't you contend with the point? So the point that I would be making is, what's the next step? That would be my point. Would be, what's the next step? So okay, so let's say, even if we concede all of this stuff, which we don't have to concede anything that the Israeli gentleman is saying. However, what we could say is, all right, let's say all of that's true. What's next? Okay, are we just going to keep them in tents, in camps, reliant on not stampeding for food every day, handed food by IDF forces? Is that the long-term game plan? What's next?
unbearable. It's unbearable.
And what I tell you what,
I can't take it. How can you watch all those kids die?
Okay, let me bring Gideon back in.
Hey, Casey, I'm gonna say this. Chill the fuck out, okay? Number one, you're doing the memes about like Israel can do nothing wrong. I'm taking those as jokes. I'm taking those as memes. And then didn't Anna have relations with a homeless guy? No, she was sexually assaulted by a homeless guy. I don't think that's funny. Go say that in DGG. They'll fucking think it's a riot. I don't think that's funny at all. I think that's actually pretty fucked up.
Yeah, will you call on Hamas right now to surrender and release the hostages? Do it. Do it right now. Say, I
called out Hamas. I called out Hamas from the very beginning. I've got no love for Hamas. It's a terrorist organization.
You're peaking, Anna. Take her down about 20%.
What they did was wrong. I cried over the atrocities that they engaged in on October 7th. But you know what's so disgusting? You want to? Yes, I did. You should watch The Young Turks. That's where you'll see exactly what I had to say about Hamas after October 7th. I even trashed elements of the left who refused to criticize Hamas for what they did. Okay, so you don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to that issue.
Okay, you made that clear.
But you can't on one hand,
you
can't on one hand talk about the injustice of what Hamas did and then turn around and say it's okay if Israel does it times 1,000.
Okay, let me bring Gideon back in here. Gideon, my big issue, other than the slaughter of so many civilians now, which seems to be almost accelerating now on a daily basis, with no control valve at all. Now we have a full new wave of ground invasion. God knows how many more civilians are going to get killed with this. But my real problem is, what is the supposed goal here, right? I believe Smodrich when he said,
it's all good, Casey. I parasocially love you. Just, little bit too far. That's more of a DGG joke, okay? This is CGG or COG. But anyways, quick shill in the middle of the moral frogging. This is not my favorite kind of content, by the way. I know that yelling and screaming and crying oftentimes gets the clicks, and, I'm happy to be creating it. I'm happy to be your streamer of choice today. However, I actually like to, try to pull out the better ideas from trash. And it's kind of hard when we're just screaming. So if I was to summarize this as best I can, Aoc Kasparian and this guy are shocked that Israel can defend what it's doing in Gaza. And this guy is saying, well, on the scale of things, this actually isn't that bad. That seems like the argument so far. Now, for me, though, quick shill. Like the stream, engage with chat. Lots of funny, interesting, messed up people in chat who make plenty of messed up jokes and interesting observations. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I'm trying to think of what else. Watch the VODs, engage with the VODs, click on the VODs. VODs will be posted to Counterpoints Politics. If you're not subscribed over there, type in Counterpoints Common Spelling, Politics Common Spelling into your search bar. Subscribe to that channel. Watch the old videos that you missed the live streams on. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Love you. Parasocially. Let's go.
He wants to cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. Okay. But how does any of this make Israel safer? How does any of this help Jews around the world who want to get on with their lives and not have to feel threatened when they walk out of their front door? How does any of this do anything but what the critics of it, including allies and friends of Israel, say is just fomenting the hatred, fomenting the ideology that Israel just wants to kill all the Arabs it can, which I don't believe is what they want to do at all. But I do believe that out of what happened October the 7th, there's been a collective meltdown of common sense from Israel's government. And they're now just on a never-ending rampage with no apparent goal, which makes any sense to anybody else.
Here we differ, Piers. I used to think like you until the recent weeks. Now I'm so deeply convinced that there is a goal, a very clear goal. And the goal is the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. It is systematic. It is well planned. And listen to what...
True Zealot, my finger twitches towards the X button in my browser every time it says CGG. Just seems to be trigger my disgust reflex. Why? Why? VGG is Vaush's community. What is it? DGG is Destiny's community. Why am I not entitled to a community? It was promised to me 3,200 years ago that I would have a community, True Zealot.
What I have to say, all the Holocaust in history started with moving populations and concentrating them in one concentration camp. Israel is doing it by the time we are talking now. Secondly, Israel is destroying the Gaza Strip systematically. It's not anymore a building here, a headquarters there, a school here, a shelter there. No, it's systematic destruction with huge companies who do it for a lot of money. Destruction of Gaza.
COG is better. The community of grill hottists, the cabal of grill hottists, the core of grill hottists. True.
Gaza, which will make it unlivable. We want Gaza to become unlivable in order that the Palestinians...
All right, the COG. The COG it is.
Palestinians will leave Gaza. Stop thinking that there is no goal. The goal is crystal clear now. I don't know if it will be achieved, but it is crystal clear, and it's not Smotrich. It's not only Smotrich. It's the army, it's the government, it's big parts of Israeli public opinion. To destroy Gaza, make it unlivable, to push them to the southern part of the Gaza Strip, to put them in concentration camps in which they will be longing to the days that they were starving in the Muasa and in other places, because life there will be much more of the hell. And then, according to the plan, and they said it, whoever will want to leave will be able to leave to other countries. So we are watching, by the time we are talking now, a horrible plan, a satanic plan of ethnic cleansing of Gaza. There is a goal, it's very clear, and the world has to do something immediately to stop it before it will be too late.
So this is my question, though, because I understand this from a moral level. Like I said, I think the correct thing is to rebuild Gaza and give it back to the Gazans. That way you can say, hey, we're not planning on ethnically cleansing you. We're not planning on moving you from the territory. As a matter of fact, we're going to give you a decent life in this territory. However, please stop bombing the shit out of us. Here's a decent standard of living. I think that would be the moral thing to do. Okay. There's plenty of undeveloped. Look at this. We're going to do a map of Israel. Quick geopoll time. Okay. Israel maps. Israel does have a healthy chunk of desalinization plants because there isn't a lot of fresh water here, and a majority of the fresh water, I think, is trapped in this territory, right, by the River Jordan. And so where's the border for the West Bank? I'm looking for the West Bank border. This is the West Bank border? All right, anyways, point being that you have an okay amount of access, although this does look dried up. This part of the river looks dried up. But anyways, the point is there's plenty of territory to design or to cultivate and develop here. And what I mean by is, like, I'm sure like 80 to 90% of the Israeli population lives in these urban centers west of Jerusalem. I'm sure that's like 90% of the population. But the truth is, there's nothing really stopping you from pumping in water into this territory from a desalinization plant and then just making Beer Sheva or Revavim or Tialim or Yeruhem or Damona or Ariara or Kesefa. There's plenty of territory here. And if you pumped in the water, you could increase the population substantively for Israel without necessarily annexing the territory of Gaza or annexing the territory of the West Bank. There's still plenty of room. Oh, the Dead Sea's probably salty, isn't it? So you probably need desalinization. But anyways, the point is that there's not a lot of water, but you can make it happen. And so Israel has plenty of room to grow without annexing. So why not? And I think the answer is clear. The Palestinians, we just looked it up earlier. The Palestinians don't want a one-state solution. 40% of them, two-state solution. Only 40% of the Palestinians ever supported a two-state solution, at least from some cursory research that we did earlier. I think it was like in the 70s and then dropped down to 40 and then it dropped down to 24. So that last statement, scratch the last statement. I think there was a 70% support for a two-state solution at one point, then it dropped to 40, then it dropped to 24. But the whole point is, Israel can still internally develop. The West Bank can internally develop. Gaza can internally develop. They just don't want to. At which point the international community goes, fuck it, it's your problem. So what international force is going to solve this? The United States isn't going to do it. The UN has no teeth. So I guess we're just screwed. I guess we just have to watch it happen.
Shabbos, would you like to see the Palestinians out of Gaza? Do you agree with Smotrich?
Absolutely not. And I'm very proud of the fact that when I was living in New York City, I drove 4 hours to Washington, D.C. pre-October 7th to protest Bezalel Smotrich. Bezalel Smotrich represents a fringe minority of the Israeli populace. One of the trade-offs of living in a democracy, which of course Gaza is not, Iran is not, Syria is not, Lebanon is not, Jordan is not, Israel is the only democracy. And one of the trade-offs is you live with individuals who have reprehensible views. That's what living in a democracy is all about. And I'm thankful that individuals like Bezalel Smotrich are not part of the war cabinet. When you talk about what are the stated aims of the war,
Melody says the issue is how do you stop them from trying to kill you and your people constantly during all this time? What, of rebuilding Gaza or developing internally? I think you just have secure borders and strong border controls. I think that's it. And then I also think that you do, like my plan to redevelop the Gazan district or whatever. I think you do that as a sign of good faith. Like, hey, we're not trying to steal your territory. Here's a decent standard of living. And then if that doesn't work, then you kill them. You know what I'm saying?
The prime minister has stated them numerous times. Right now, an American citizen, Omer Nutra, an American citizen, Itai Chen, their bodies are being held by Hamas in captivity. So when you ponder, well, what are the goals of the war? They're very simple, and they've been repeated on national television since October 7th. Give back the hostages, both the living ones and the ones you have killed, and force Hamas into exile. And instead of putting the pressure on the dictatorial Islamic regime that have obliterated any chance the Palestinians have of freedom of movement, freedom of expression, their own state. Instead, you put pressure on the individuals who are responding to an actual genocide that occurred on October 7th when Hamas tried to kill every last Jew they could find. I believe in a two-state solution. I believe and I want Palestinians to have their own state in the same way that Jews have their own state. The problem is there is one entity that does not believe in that, and that is the entity that is calling from the freeing of Palestine of all Jews from the river to the sea. So if you are pondering, if you are asking, what are the stated aims? Give back the hostages. hostages. Can someone please explain why Hamas has the bodies of Thai hostages, why they took Africans, why they took babies? No one can articulately make a rational claim for that, and no one can articulately make the claim as to why Hamas thought it would be a good idea to slaughter innocent civilians on October 7th and then assume there would not be any military response.
Well, no, I think you're missing what I would say. Well, hang on.
Piers, let me just say one sentence.
Yes, please do. Get in.
The atrocities of the 7th of October were horrible. I was there the next day. I saw it in my own eyes. I will never forget it. Ever since then, Israel committed 1,000 7th of October. You understand it? 1,000 7th of October Israel committed. The children, if you take the numbers, the figures, the way that they are being killed, you see that we cannot claim again and again about the 7th of October and justify with the 7th of October all those horrible crimes against humanity which are taking place. There is a stage in which this is unacceptable anymore. You cannot again and again try to remind us about the terrible things that happened on the 7th of October and the 20 living hostages. You know that every 6 minutes, every 6 hours, Israel is killing 20 people, and they are as innocent as the hostages, among them many children. So stop with the 7th of October.
Then release the corpses of the hostages. You know what I'm saying? You don't need them corpses. And why does Hamas have to stay in power? That's the other thing that I don't understand. Like, if the government that I was a part of led us into military and economic disaster, wiping out 80% of the standing structures of the community I lived in, killed 10% of the population, and then was still militarily holding out and perpetuating the suffering of my people, I don't know how I would be able to continue to support that government. They fought a war and they lost. They fought a war and they got their shit kicked in. Why would you continue to support Hamas after this? Why isn't there a new Palestinian government?
Acceptable to rely only on this and to say the 7th of October enable us to go crazy and to do those crimes. And second point, stop speaking about Smotrich. The concentration camp in Rafiah is the idea of Israel Katz, Minister of Defense, nothing to do with Smotrich. Netanyahu let all this happen. It's not Smotrich. The idea of the humanitarian center or city, whatever, is clearly a stage on the way to transfer them. They say it, not I say. They say that they will be able to get out of this concentration camp only if they move to another country. This is ethnic cleansing, and it's not Smotrich. It is the...
Oh yeah, if we're talking about civilian combat rate or civilian to combat ratios, I think it was 3-to-1. So if you're talking about like civilian to combat ratios in civilian to combatant combat ratios in conflict, not only do you have the videos of Hamas terrorists specifically looking at civilians and then shooting them right in between the eyes because it was on purpose. These civilians weren't collateral damage. How many IDF soldiers? All right. How many people died total on October 7th? It's 1,200 people. How many IDF soldiers died on October 7th? So 800 of them approximately were civilians. And 400 of them were approximately security forces. So let's go ahead and bust that out. I think it's already a 3-to-1 ratio. So 400 divided by 1,200 is 33%. So it's a 2-to-1. It's a 2-to-1. Well, actually, you know what? That's why they're complaining. They're complaining because the same ratio of civilians is dead with IDF response. Okay, well, on scale, the IDF is killing more people, but in ratio, they're killing the same. That's kind of horrific.
The Israeli government, the whole government behind it.
And Shabbos, just to be clear, if it turns out that is indeed what this Israeli government is moving to do, and they do attempt to expel all the Palestinians out of Gaza, would you categorize that as a war crime? And would you say that Netanyahu and the others responsible should then be tried in The Hague?
Piers, let me be clear. If there is a forced permanent displacement of the Palestinian people, I will gladly go back on your show to denounce it. However, what the co-panelists are...
That doesn't count for a lot, buddy. Like denouncing it after the fact. The reason why I think Anna and this dude are probably correctly pissed at this guy is denouncing it after the fact does nothing, right?
Distinguishing, or excuse me, what they're blurring is what has been done in every single war fought in modern warfare, and with what Israel seeks to be doing now, which
West Coast points out that there were protests against Hamas, which is incredibly brave because it effectively means that you could get smoked. And I think Hamas actually did kill some of their critics.
Which apparently is ethnic cleansing. If you truly believe, as my co-panelists have suggested, that the Palestinian people are facing a genocide, if you truly believe that they're experiencing a discriminate bombardment, then you would do everything in your power to ensure that the innocent civilian population are safely evacuated temporarily so that Israel can kill the terrorists who have embedded themselves in civilian populations, like schools, like hospitals, like nursing homes. The problem is every time Israel or Western countries suggest doing that, suggest moving a refugee population the same way we have moved any refugee population, it's called ethnic cleansing. So then the alternative, okay, but then you would have civilians living in a dense urban environment where they are exposed to warfare. And then they die because that happens as a consequence of starting a war you have no hope of losing. So it's sort of a catch-22.
No hope of winning, but I understand what he's saying.
Either we can safely evacuate them to Egypt, which, by the way, also shares the border with Gaza and has zero interest in taking the Palestinian population, or we can say, well, if you're not willing to safely evacuate them into humanitarian corridors, then you are exposing them to danger in warfare. But it seems like my co-panelists are suggesting that is preferable. That, to me, is something I cannot understand. That is not rational. That is not liberal. That is not justified. We should safely evacuate civilians, take out Hamas and the dictatorial tyrannical regime, and then once the war is finished, you can safely repopulate Gaza with the same civilian population and build Gaza into what it was meant to be when Israel left Gaza in 2005, which, again, to your point of ethnic cleansing, Israel is doing a pretty shitty job of ethnic cleansing when A, there are more Gazans post-October 7th alive than there were pre-October 7th, and B, Israel has given up Gaza in 2005. They gave up the Sinai Peninsula in 1979. They have consistently given up land in the name of peace. You know how much land the other Arab nations have given up? Zero, because their starting position from 1948 was the eradication of the Jew from the river to the sea. And that's what the root of this conflict is all about, is the inability of the Palestinian leadership to...
Listen, I don't sympathize with everything Israel does, but I do think that there needs to be there has to be something to be said, okay? Where in 48, in 67, in 73, in 2023, some Arab militant force attacks Israel, then Israel kicks the shit out of them, and then it's incumbent upon Israel in order to make peace. You know what I'm saying? We call on Israel to make peace and to be civilized and to engage in diplomacy because it's the 20th century. But you understand that if Israel did this shit 200 years ago, nobody would give a fuck, right? Like, I'm not trying to be so crass about it. Obviously, like, evil before the age of media is still evil. Like, Genghis Khan killing tens of millions of people is still evil. I'm not trying to, like, you know, sweep for the crimes of the past. But the truth is that, like, in 1850, this would have been just another day. You know, that, like, people would read a newspaper clipping and they'd be like, oh, that's still going on? And that would be the total level of emotional reaction. I actually think that a substantive amount of this conflict is because we have cell phones and video cameras that are capable of seeing the violence as it occurs. And so it's horrifying to us. But I think that this was probably happening in the 2000s. This was happening during the 82 Lebanon war. This happened during the 73 war. This happened during the 67. This happened during the 48. This happened during the Mandate of Palestine. All of this stuff was still going on. We can just see it.
recognize the fruitfulness of coexistence and peace. I believe in coexistence and peace. I believe the war should end. You know who doesn't?
Okay.
Are you going to let him filibuster?
All right, final word to Anna.
The same. Okay, a final word to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. If this was really about getting the hostages back, then Israel wouldn't be raining terror on the Palestinians in the West Bank, which is a separate territory, which was not governed by Hamas, but they are raining terror on them. They're allowing these terrorist settlers to run Palestinians out of their homes.
There you go. That's where I think it's a slow rolling ethnic cleansing. I'm with Anna on this part, at least.
They're bulldozing homes. They're building additional illegal settlements. They're openly talking about annexing the West Bank, by the way. So all of these talking points are so easy to dismantle. Why should Egypt clean up your mess? Why doesn't Israel absorb the Palestinian people in Tel Aviv or some other part of Israel if they're so...
Probably because they just got done decapitating and murdering and raping people, Anna. I think you know the answer to this question. I think you're being obtuse.
Concerned about civilians getting killed. It's because they're not concerned about civilians getting killed. They do want to ethnically cleanse. They want to force Egypt, which, by the way, is having overpopulation issues of its own, to absorb a problem.
What? Egypt birth rate. Oh, shit. Good for you, Egypt. 2.88 demographic replacement. Good for them. Wow. Egypt's cooking. Egypt's cooking with the babies. That's bananas. Wow. Good for you.
That was created by Israel and the United States. And no one is under this ridiculous impression that this would just be a temporary relocation of the Palestinian people. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu use the Greater Israel map in the very beginning of this genocide? Publicly during a press conference? He did it because this is all about the Greater Israel Project. He believes...
Dude, I love that this was an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory like 10 or 20 years ago. If you talked about, like, and by the way, like, I'm actually okay with politics normalizing criticisms of like Israeli expansion and dissolution. I'm sure it's been that way for a really long time. But I think in the 1990s, there was this like historical revisionism when it came to American greatness, and Saving Private Ryan and Band of Brothers was a part of that, which, by the way, phenomenal films and TV shows. But effectively with Saving Private Ryan, you had this valorization of the World War II generation where they were like superhuman, not superhuman, but they were very relatable. And they were dealing with, oh, by the way, here's Malcolm Reynolds. Here's my favorite actor in the world, who might be a douchebag, but he's pretty cool. But effectively, you had like a very humanizing tale of World War II and what it was like to be in World War II, and, you know, fighting the good fight against the Germans and how like vicious warfare was. And then with HBO, what was it? Band of Brothers. With Band of Brothers, not only did you have this like heroic narrative of normal dudes dealing with like the insanities of World War II combat, but you also have it kind of ending where they discover the concentration camp. And one of the most like heart-wrenching moments of Band of Brothers was when they actually had to stop feeding the concentration camp victims, and they had to put them back in the concentration camp because they were afraid that if they let them go, the concentration camp victims would eat so much food that they would kill themselves. They would actually give themselves shock. Band of Brothers concentration camp scene. So we have this total narrativization of World War II where not only were our grandparents like total fucking heroes, but they ended, you know, some of the most horrific conditions possible for disproportionately Jewish people. And so as a result, there was this like heroic narrative. But with that heroic narrative also came like a total lack of criticism of Jews in the state of Israel. So if you said Greater Israel Project in 1995, if you said Greater Israel Project in 2004, people would have thought you were a fucking Nazi, 100%. And yeah, it took me like 5 minutes to fucking say it. But the point is that I do think it's weird but better for discourse, that effectively 2005 Nazi talking points are being discussed on mainstream media. I think we have to have the conversation. You have to debunk the greater Israel project. And you can't just say, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. You know, that's not a good enough of a defense anymore.
First of all, he's totally against the Oslo Accords, has been from the very beginning. There are videos of him from when he's in his 20s talking about how the Palestinians should not be allowed to have their own state, their own right to self-determination. We're not stupid, Shabbos, okay? We're not idiots.
Jesus. Dude, this is all right. So this is how you spell Anna Kasparian. Anakasparian. We need to change that shit to Anna Kasparian with a Y. Fucking holy shit. She said, we're not that dumb, Shabbos. And correct me if I'm wrong. Shabbos meaning, holy shit, it's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath. Yeah. Shabbos Goy. Shabbos Goy. This is so funny. This is the most anti-Semitic shit I've heard on a panel in a minute. So a Shabbos Goy is a non-Jewish person who performs tasks forbidden to observant Jews on the Sabbath. These tasks often involve things like turning on lights or appliances, are prohibited on the Sabbath by Jewish law, but non-Jews are not bound to those restrictions. And so a Shabbos Goy is effectively what?
A toast to the engaged couple.
Is this a love story between the AT&T girl and the Goy guy who
Some may have doubted this day would come.
Oh no. What is this? Oh no. What's happening? Why is the AT&T girl? What is she doing? What is happening? I'm so worried. Oh, is he gay?
So you need me to turn Damien.
I can't shake.
Germs?
Juice.
So you need me to turn off whatever's in here?
Yeah.
As a couple, you set the spiritual bar for your union.
Who's this?
That is the craziest shit I've ever seen. What the fudge? Wow. Okay, I'm sorry. ADD just took us on a totally different adventure. I went from making jokes about Anna Kasparian should be spelled Aryan to denote her Nazi talking points to watching a trailer about the AT&T girl needing to turn off her vibrator using a gay man so she doesn't disappoint her observant Jew family. What just happened? Ugh. You know that thing where you like fall asleep at the wheel and then you like wake up, like not like asleep, but you've been driving for 20 minutes and you kind of daydream and then you realize that you've made it 20 minutes down the road and you have no memory of actually driving that 20 minutes. That's what just happened to me, except for I fell down the AT&T girl vibrator Jewish comedy thing. What just happened? That was terrifying. All right. Anyways, Anna Kasparian. She's a Nazi now. Lol. Joke. Ha ha ha.
See it clearly. You can say whatever you want to say, and the same talking points are regurgitated over and over again. We're not buying it because we can see the facts on the ground. And Gideon Levy, let me just say to you, God bless you. Thank you so much for speaking out, because I know that there are people out there who have the wrong impression of the Israeli people overall. And I'm talking about civilian people. But there are wonderful Israelis. There are people who have the humanity in their hearts and their souls. They see what's happening. They're against it. Wonderful Jews all over the world, including here in the United States, who are protesting against the atrocities that are being committed against the Palestinian people. So thank you, because it's important for people like you to speak out, to at least provide a counter to the narratives and the lies that provide cover for the slaughter that we're seeing right now in Gaza. So thank you.
Well said.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Oh, that's his name. Okay. Okay. It's still going in the thumbnail, but that's his name. Okay, cool. I didn't know that this guy's name was Sabbath. That's interesting.
Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Well, many influential people have been tagging both me and Dave Smith over the past few days, demanding to know why.
All right, I don't need to watch Dave Smith. Fuck Dave Smith. Oh, Sacred Snow, what the fuck is this? Dude, I don't know. I blacked out. I blacked out, man. Hold on. I'm going to play a very small clip for you. It's going to show you the experience of what just happened. Old school, I blacked out. So you're at a debate. They have to talk about economics. Nobody knows what the hell they're talking about. And then Frank actually does like a perfect speech about economics. This is me coming out of the AT&T girl rant.
On human resource development. Thank you.
That was me coming out of that segment, bro. That was brutal. All right, hold on. Let's wrap that up, okay? Let's wrap that up, and then I'm going to engage with chat real quick. So, oh, that hurt. All right. So let's engage with what was said. Shabbos apparently is his name. He came on to defend Israel. He did so with stats and logic, and facts don't care about your feelings, which is fine. We did find out that the Israeli casualties of civilians to combatants is actually about right for modern urban warfare, although there have been conflicts that have had less casualties, and there have been conflicts that had more casualties. So it's kind of right there in the middle as far as Israeli operations. We also figured out that Hamas had a similar combatant to IDF ratio. However, something that people pointed out in chat was that some of these IDF people could have been reservists, or they could have been people acting in a civilian capacity at the time they were killed. And therefore, we don't really have an accurate number there. When it comes to Anna and when it comes to that other guy, they were effectively saying like, well, you know, you're doing apologia for some of the worst humanitarian crimes in the modern era. What the fuck is wrong with you? And they just kind of repeated that over and over again. And then finally, my point is that if the Israelis want to no longer be criticized about Gaza, then they need to have an exfiltration plan. They need to figure out how to rebuild Gaza and get out, or realistically, they just need to rip off the Band-Aid and do some ethnic cleansing, but expect for the whole world, including large swaths of the United States, to not support you. And to not only not support you, there might be a backlash against Israel to the point that the United States doesn't want to support the state of Israel anymore, including me, because I don't support ethnic cleansing. So, you know, I don't care how good of friends we are. You know, ethnic cleansing is cringe. End of rant. Let's engage with chat. Flocky says, it's the same concept of middle-age Islamic caliphate hiring Jews and Christians to be their doctors and scientists, since questioning the world was a heresy to Muslims. I don't know if that's entirely accurate, because there's mathematicians and doctors that were Muslim or whatever, but sure, maybe somewhere that happened. True Zealot says, Anna hit my ear like What the Big Lebowski, shouting Shamer Shabbat. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, it was a vibrator. Yep. Well, and that AT&T girl, by the way, I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. So females, women in my audience, please avert your gaze. And I will not say anything disruptive or gross. Her name is Milana Vaintrub. Milana Vaintrub. I'm not gonna say anything, but let's just admit it. She's a cute girl. That's what I'll say. Okay, Milana Vaintrub is cute. Anyways, what a crazy day. Anonymous is day 3 of asking you to add your schedule with links of what you're doing, Parasocial Lab. Okay, yeah. How do I do that? Let me add that as a task. You did ask 3 times, so that's the magic number. Add description with channel links and streaming schedule. All right. Put it on my to-do list. Yeah, exactly. Fatsimo, honorary and a Kasparian. Road hypnosis, exactly. West Coast Girl said, thank God you don't look like the leader of your prison Aryan gang anymore, Cotter, so you can make that joke. I can make the joke even when I look like a Aryan. Flocky says, horseshoe theory is real. The far left and far right have the same talking points. Yeah, that was actually bananas. I actually blacked out right there. AT&T girl, big eyeballs. Yep. Casey, not all Israeli Jews are bad, just most of them. Pepe. Yeah, that was crazy. Wildman says, I'm calling it now. Fuentes is going to try to claim Anna Kasparian as an example of normies waking up to the truth. Absolutely. Absolutely. Andy B says, I thought the AT&T girl was supposed to help me with my devices, but I guess now I have to use them to help her. Is this AI? No, that was real. Dave Smith unironically now believes that Churchill is the baddie of World War II. What an idiot. I hate that guy. Talk about weapons of mass destruction. Lol. Yep. All my homies hate Dave Smith. Indeed. Possibly anti-Semitic. Yep. Shortstack Goblin says, there are people out there that have a bad impression of Israelis. Also, Israel is a genocidal state. Anna Kasparian both said within 20 minutes of each other. Yeah, absolutely. Boris says, Dave Smith will explain how it's all Israel's fault because that's what he does every single time. If you want to watch Dave Smith, you will know exactly what he'll say. True. Jonah Zillow says, I heard AT&T girl quit because she was getting harassed online. Well, I probably did not help with that. Yeah, well, Yep. Lots of people appreciate the AT&T girl. Paul says, laugh my ass off. He does kind of look like an Aryan prison gang shot caller. Yeah, well, I used to have a shaved head, so it was even worse a couple of weeks ago. So I actually, can I be a bum? You guys tell me, okay? You guys tell me. So we got half a dozen donations today. I'm going to thank everybody who donated. Philip, Vlad, Grassroots, JL, and Grassroots. So, you know, I'm not going to be able to retire off of this income. So realistically, I should probably stream for another hour. But the truth is that we got done with 2 segments today. And the next segments were going to be Biden, which I want to give my full attention to. And then it's also going to be, barring anything else gets released, we have Destiny versus Tom Bilyeu. We got Glenn Greenwald on trigonometry. We got Destiny versus JBP. So those are kind of the ones that I would do. And I want my full time and attention. I want my full energy on it. Digital Gnosis and Andrew Wilson. And so that's where, for me, I don't want to go in half-cocked and give you guys like a half-assed segment that's like low energy just because I want to hit a certain amount of hours. I actually want to show up and I want to kick the shit out of the segment. So let's just fight about Hunter Biden for an hour. No, I want to have energy for that. Otherwise, you guys are just going to kick my ass. West Coast Girl says Destiny for the numbers. Well, yeah, but I don't want to like just plug in a half-ass Destiny segment and run it for an hour. That's not helping anyone. Anonymous says Destiny and Tom Bilyeu is boring. Destiny brings facts. Tom's bring feelings. Well, don't we all love a facts and feelings debate? No. I'm going to make a judgment call. I am an adult. Sometimes I can make judgment calls. I am going to release the cog upon the world. It looks like Hutch is live. It looks like Forbes is live. Looks like Queeman has some new content. Looks like Nick DiOrio and Chud Logic have some new content. Looks like Destiny has some new pre-recorded content. So I will release you today, okay? So go watch the VODs. We got a Hassan Piker VOD. We got Adam Mockler VOD. We got all sorts of VODs. So if you're bored and you want more counterpoints and you want more Connor yapping, then go watch Counterpoints VODs. Because why not? There are endless Destiny segments. Because I don't want to be like a pure Destiny channel. Like that's the thing, man. Like, listen, I get it. I can plug in the most recent Destiny drama and get over 100 views. I get that. But I think after a while, it gets boring for me and it gets boring for you. I know everybody loves or hates Destiny. I know he's an intelligent person who knows how to bring the content. I know that criticizing him is an easy way to get metrics. I know that. But I don't want to click on my thumbnails for my video and just be like, Destiny, 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 Vaush, Destiny, 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 Hassan, Destiny, 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 Dave Smith, Destiny, Destiny, you know, that's kind of lame. I think that's lame. Rob Noor is live. I might go one guy him. Perfect. That sounds like a good way. This is happening, says pull a Vaush and bring up a random article, read the headline, riff about it. Yeah. The Melody says, did you watch the video of Hutch versus the other three Lib and Learn guys? They had a talk after the Vanguard debate. I haven't seen the post-Vanguard conversation, but I've seen the Vanguard conversation. Vanguard conversation was actually more substantive than I thought it would be. West Coast Girl says, dude, just surrender the metrics. No. So we'll do Nick Fuentes tomorrow. We did Nick Fuentes on Monday, but maybe. Fatsimo says, what's the dunk? If you're talking about the Hutch thing, I think it's just that Hutch was fighting the Vanguard guys in reference to Democratic politics being wussed out. If you're talking about dunking on Nick, I don't know. He's just short and Hispanic and has spider fingers. But he's actually a very small person. Dice5 says, Connor is not a Destiny waiting room. I can be. I just want to do my own content too. So I could talk about how awesome the Expanse is. True. I could do that. I do love the Expanse. Matthew Mendoza says, post-Vanguard conversation was so good. I'm 100% with Hutch. He is my man. Link me. Send it to me in DMs. Counter Connor, COUNTERCONOR on Twitter, or send it to me on Discord. I would love to see a Hutch versus the rest of Lib and Learn. All right. But anyways, I'm going to make an executive decision. I am tired. I am old. My body hurts. I have projects to do that are post-recorded projects. I parasocially love you. Thank you. Matthew Mendoza says, Connor, you're my Destiny waiting room, and I love it. Well, thank you. Thank you. I live to serve, King. But thank you to the donors. Thank you to the chat. I hope you have a beautiful and wonderful day. We will have more fire content for you tomorrow. And yeah, of course. Love you guys too. Have a good one. Bye now.